I'm going to have to jump in and grab myself some breakfast shortly as well. But welcome. My name is Danny Bay, and I'll be your MC for the day. And I want to welcome you to CIFI Canada's series on anti-racism workshop. And the reason why we are here really is to learn and to grow. So I'm just going to share a few opening remarks, and then we'll get going. Thank you for being here and for choosing to show up for a conversation that matters. The theme of our gathering is leading change, dismantling systemic racism through inclusive leadership. Over the next couple of days, we're coming together to do international work. This is not about blame or perfection. It's about awareness, responsibility, and action. Systemic racism does not only live in the past, it shows up in our policies, practices, and decision-making that we make today. Inclusive leadership asks us to recognize that reality and to lead differently. This space is designed for learning, listening, and reflection. You are invited to bring your full self, to engage with openness, and to learn, to lean into conversations that may feel uncomfortable at times, knowing that growth often begins there. As we begin, it's important that we acknowledge the land we are gathering on. So I'm going to invite Hilda Franca, author, board chair, and president of CIFI, to provide a land acknowledgement and opening remarks. Can you please put your hands together for Hilda?
Good morning once again. I know it's cold and I do really appreciate your presence here. I hope that the breakfast is really warming you up. So if we can settle. Good morning to everyone, our distinguished speakers, partners, and friends. Welcome once again to Inclusify Workshop 2026. I would like to express my deep appreciation to God through our Lord Jesus Christ for protecting and guiding us through, and for giving us strength, wisdom, and fortitude to acknowledge that we are gathered here today on the Treaty, Nakota Sioux, and Dene peoples. Also emphasizing that we recognize the historic and ongoing presence of Métis communities in this region. We honor their enduring connections to this land, their wisdom, and their resilience, which has sustained communities here and for generations. Of this land. I would also like to honor the contributions and resistance of indigenous peoples around the world, racialized communities, and all historically oppressed or colonized groups who, through relentless struggle, strive each day to liberate ourselves from systems of marginalization. Inclusify Workshop 2026 is the first of many events that will be organized collaboratively between the Center for Intellectual Excellence and Global Economic Diversification Council this year. For the next 2 days, we will be engaging in anti-racism workshop series under the theme, Leading Change, Dismantling Systemic Racism Through Inclusive Leadership. We are meeting at a very critical and important time. As we may all know, programs and initiatives that support and advance anti-racism and equity work are being scaled back across the globe. Language around equity is being questioned or politicized. And commitments that once felt urgent are now being reframed as optional or inconvenient. However, the reality of our experiences with racism has not disappeared. Inequity has not been resolved, and systems are yet to become fair. It is therefore time for us to engage in a heightened consciousness of our realities, renewed courage, and pursue thoughtful leadership. Moving ahead with anti-racism work requires us to be more aware and intentional. It challenges us to reflect on how systems operate, who they benefit, and who they leave behind. It invites us to notice how power, privilege, and bias show up not just in policies, but in everyday decisions, leadership styles, and organizational cultures. Being passive should not be an option for anyone because we all have things we need to unlearn, to learn, and relearn to ensure inclusive leadership. We must recognize that doing nothing often sustains the very systems we hope to change. So we must stay committed to asking the uncomfortable questions. This workshop is not about checking a box. It's about learning, rethinking, and re-strategizing. We hope that what you hear and discuss here will encourage you to re-examine approaches that may no longer be effective, explore new ideas and frameworks for inclusive leadership. Think creatively about how to respond to today's realities and apply what you learn in ways that are practical and meaningful. Let us remain conscious of the fact that anti-racism work is not static. It evolves as contexts change. So let's approach this work with a required flexibility, humility, and a willingness to grow. In closing, let me draw your attention to something that is very, very dear to me. We must admit that this work can be emotionally demanding. It can surface personal experiences, collective pain, frustration, and fatigue. So as we engage in the different topics, I encourage each of you to pay attention to your well-being. This might mean taking breaks when you need them, setting boundaries that protect your energy, checking in on your mental health and emotional health, staying connected to supportive communities, which we are here for, and making space for rest, reflection, and renewal. Caring for your health is not a weakness. It is how we sustain ourselves for the long journey of change. Once again, I admire your curiosity and your commitment to learning. My hope is that you leave this workshop not only informed, but encouraged and equipped with new insights, renewed purpose, and practical ideas you can carry forward. Thank you so much. I wish you a meaningful and enriching session. Merci beaucoup.
You can do better than that, Dr. Hild, everybody. Yeah, thank you for grounding us and for setting the tone for the work ahead. Yes, it is going to be important work that we'll be doing throughout the next 2 days. And it can be very emotional work, especially if you've been somebody who has experienced racism at some level. It could be very emotional. And so by all means, take time, care for yourself. If you need a break, take a break. But the important thing is that we need to keep pressing in and unpacking this idea called racism. So before we go on, I want to just draw your attention to a few housekeeping items. If you need a washroom, it's literally behind this wall here. And then you have to turn on your right, and you'll find the ladies and the men's washroom there. If you do have your phone on right now, please take some time and just turn it in to vibrate or silence it, just to ensure that there's no disruption throughout the day. And obviously, if there's an emergency, The exit sign is right at the back there, back of the room, in case anything happens. But nothing like that will happen. We're all hoping, right? So, all right. Just to go on to our next session, we're actually going to have a panel discussion now. And our next session is a panel discussion titled Understanding Systemic Racism in Canada. This conversation will examine how systemic racism shows up across education, employment, justice, healthcare, and public institutions, and why inclusive leadership is critical to creating meaningful change. And to lead us in that discussion, it'll be moderated by Shefali Koja. I'll just ask her to come up, and then she'll introduce the rest of the panelists. Can you put your hands together for Shefali, everybody?
Thank you so much. So I'll just invite our panel members here. So we have Sandra, and then we have Dr. Kwesi, and then we have Nicholas joining us as well virtually. And then we have one more panel member who will join us shortly. So that's Ben. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Maybe. Well, clearly we didn't have this planned. Thank you. Okay, awesome. So I guess just a quick question in terms of Nicholas, do I just ask a question to Nicholas and he'll respond? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. So hi, Nicholas. Thank you for joining us as well. So what I'll do to get us started is I'll get the panel to self-introduce themselves first, and then we'll launch into the actual panel discussions, okay? So I'll start with you, Doctor, if you want to just introduce yourself quickly here.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us for the next couple of days. My name is Kwesi, and I come in from Vancouver. My background started out ages ago as a child who was a child of a political refugee under apartheid. And so that shaped who I am and the path that I took. Ended up being trained as a hospital administrator in here in Alberta, actually, and then worked my way through to Ontario and then into BC. My work, I started the co-founder of the anti-racism program for the city of Calgary. And then I was also the founding consultant for the Calgary Police Service and their racial equity program. And then most recently, I was up at Keanu College up in Fort Mac, and where I was the VP of People and Culture and IT, where we were bringing in cultural competency, culture change, and oversaw the Indigenous relations to help bring the lens of indigeneity into all our corporate policies and how we actually operationalize our strategic objectives. So pleasure being here with you.
Sandra, do you want to go next?
Okay. Can everybody hear me okay? Yep, seems to be working. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Sandra Moreno, and I am a strategic project advisor for anti-racism with the City of Edmonton. So I work in what we call the high-level office of reconciliation and anti-racism. And we are a group of people that is designated to implement an anti-racism strategy throughout the city. And then particularly under my portfolio, I work with youth initiatives and also supporting the implementation of an anti-Black racism action plan.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, when we'll dig into that a little bit soon.
Sure, yeah.
But before we move on, I did want to request Nicholas to introduce himself as well. So Nicholas, if you can just chime in, introduce yourself quickly here, and then we'll go from there. Okay. And it looks like we have Ben here, so we'll just give him a second here to come up on the stage. As we get into this conversation, a quick note for all of us to consider is, we are talking about understanding systemic racism in Canada. And as we can imagine and know from the field of work, that this is a massive topic, which we are trying to cover in an hour or so. So, and we have a list of questions to navigate through because I do want to pick our panel members' brains on different things and action-oriented things. So just for everyone's awareness that this is a massive topic that we are trying to uncover, and kind of we'll go from there. So Ben, yeah, please join us. We're just getting started. And then I'll just get you to settle and maybe just introduce yourself. That's totally fine. If you don't mind just quickly introducing yourself and then we'll get going. This is perfect timing.
Absolutely. First off, my apologies for this delay. I was double booked, and so I just didn't get my timing right. That's on me, and I do apologize for the delay. My name is Ben Akwe, and I tell stories, but I do also have an occupation as a teacher. But in my teaching, I actually spend time telling stories to my students. And I've had the pleasure of teaching students in multiple countries on 3 continents so far. And it's been my life's journey being in that privileged position in front of young people and influencing how they think and how they see the world going forward.
Wonderful. Thank you. And as you can see, we have such an esteemed panel here with us today. So I'm really excited to let me get the first question started to Dr. Kwesi. And just to get us started, I guess your thoughts on how would you describe systemic racism in the Canadian context, and how does that differ from, say, individual bias and prejudice?
So systemic bias really it refers to the way in which racism is embedded within our institutions and organizations. And it scans, can you hear me? And it scans across different sectors. And it operates through the rules, the norms, the practices of these organizations that somehow seem to end up with a consistent outcome for people who are racialized or marginalized. And it benefits a certain dominant group across all specters. Now, the individual biases, those are, the beliefs, attitudes, et cetera, that happen on an individual basis. So I think a good one is, I treat you differently because of your race, your gender, your belief system, et cetera. But the system produces worse outcomes for people of your race, regardless of individual intent. So the policies that are designed or the practices that have been set up within organizations are different from the individual behaviors that one does. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's such a great way to summarize what this means. I'm just curious, Sandra, anything you would like to share from your perspective in the work that you extensively do around how does that systemic racism, how is that defined in your work?
Yeah, so I think it's really important when we talk about systemic racism also to understand the history, especially in this Canadian context. So we can start by looking back at how this country was founded. It's founded with already a deficit towards a certain population. So when laws were built, when institutions were created, when policies were made, there was already a massive gap of, a dominant group that had a superiority and a lot of privilege around a group that was just disenfranchised from the beginning. So when we look at our policies, we look at our laws, we look at these archaic institutions, and you're going to hear me say that word a lot because that's what I feel like we're working under. We're constantly working under these institutions and these policies and these laws that have historically disadvantaged populations and have kept them marginalized and have kept them oppressed. And so when we talk about a municipality, my role is to look at internal and external. As a city, what are we working within these institutions and in these laws and policies and systems? How can we look at bringing community together and breaking down barriers and allowing there to be a more an even playing field? So I just think it's important to understand that context is that we are just working with these historical systems that have oppressed people.
Okay, that makes sense. Ben, is there anything you want to add to this piece?
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the systemic nature, for me, it is how people look at racism, look at oppression, look at disadvantage. And today we have a lot of people who will say, well, I don't use these words or these slurs. However, we have encouraged people to only see racism in the terms of, oh, whether you use these words or whether you hold these opinions. But for me, it's in the structures, it's in our education, it's in our health system, it's in our legal system. And when people will say, well, when I have a cookout, I invite all my neighbors, so I cannot be racist. But it's in these systems. So if you are in an educational system and there are policies and procedures which have been set to disadvantage some people because of their background, then there it is. And you see it in how these policies are formulated. When you are in an interview and people want to ask, where were you born? It's like, okay, why do you want that information? So for me, I see it in these aspects of life that affect us every single day, in the rules, in the procedures that we have to follow. And in my view, the only way we really tackle institutional racism is to make it expensive. When it begins to be expensive, it begins to change. So I'll let this sit for a while and let the conversation
Yeah,
flow.
I think it's a profound point, and I think we'll pick that up as we go along in this. But it looks like Nicholas may have been able to join us. Nicholas, your thoughts and perspectives on how do you define systemic racism in this Canadian context? What are your thoughts on how it differs from individual prejudice or bias?
Well, firstly, thank you so much. I didn't get the opportunity to introduce myself to everyone. I'm the president and CEO of the Black Class Action Secretariat, and we are a not-for-profit organization that works to dismantle systemic discrimination in employment, largely in the federal, government spaces. So, federal government, provincial spaces, municipal spaces, and it's great to be here. I see some familiar faces. Sandra from the city of Edmonton. It's great to see you on this platform. So systemic racism, I think it's so critical in understanding it because it's extremely subtle. There are no rules, nothing written about this that says to discriminate against a particular group of people. There are no written rules in Canada today. Yet still, it works like clockwork across departments, across sectors. It works so seamlessly and provides the desired outcome of the system with no written policies. And that's how effective. So systemic racism is when the system keeps producing the same unequal results, even when nobody is openly saying or doing anything racist. I'll give you a quick example of that. And it's two workers that do the same job. One is described as confident, and the other is described as aggressive. And those two words follow them, and they affect promotions, they affect how they're disciplined, and they affect any opportunity. And in that situation, no one has mentioned race. But you see, race shapes the outcome. And that is what systemic racism looks like in employment in very simple ways. It's quiet, it's built into the system, and it's repeated over and over. But as my brother said, he said something very important. When it begins to be expensive, is when it will begin to change. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you for introducing yourself, Nicholas, and kind of sharing your perspectives on this. And the examples that you alluded to, I think the members here experience that, our panels may have experienced that too, and we see that. Okay, so okay. So I guess I'm curious about the written word, and Nicholas kind of talked about that there is no formal written work, but I'm curious about, the policies that we have, unintended outcomes for, when we look at some of the human rights acts, what are your thoughts on how these policies impact unintended outcomes?
I think, right. So I think in the overall Canadian context, we can look at some historical pieces that demonstrate systemic racism. So of course we have the residential school system, which, essentially was a cultural genocide of Indigenous people here. Taking people out of their homes, breaking them up, trying to take their culture away from them, trying to take their language and their identity. That itself, we are still seeing the consequences of residential schooling. We have the 60 Scoop, which is, again, targeted Indigenous people. So, those are like those overall really massive examples of systemic policies and laws that we've seen here in Canada. A lot of people don't talk about the slavery that happened in Canada. Of course we had slavery, but it was written in the books, and the erasure of it was, first of all, there was an erasure of it, and then when it was brought into light, it was looked at. There was really downplaying, the role that the Canadian government had in that. But on a municipal level, at the City of Edmonton, one of the things that we're looking at is it's dear to me because I obviously wasn't born here, so I have a lot of compassion and empathy and fight for looking at these barriers. And one of the things that we're looking at the City of Edmonton is educational credentials. I think that no matter where you are in a political sphere, whether that's municipal, provincial, or federal, we are still very much looking at outside education as lower than and not sufficient enough compared to the Canadian standards. And I think that in itself is very much, something that is systemic, devaluing education that is sought somewhere else. Unless it's European, unless it's white-centered, unless it's Canadian, it's not good enough. And so, we really want to challenge that. Whether you are a practicing doctor in Cuba, Mexico, South Africa, you are still looking at the human body, right? Engineering, we have a lot to learn from, people in Japan when it comes to natural disasters or engineering. Those qualifications, rather than looking them as a disadvantage, it's absolutely something that we should look at as a plus. So that's just like a small example of what we're doing at the City of Edmonton is pushing for that educational awareness.
That's such a great such great examples of what's happening, and real life examples of how it has impacted, right? Ben, from your perspective, why do you think that's happening? Like, why are organizations not willing or ready to accept these impacts or even systemic racism that occurs?
Well, I mean, if you were benefiting from something, would you just voluntarily give it up? I mean, if you were sucking on a teat which was feeding you milk and honey, would you care about anything else? No. That is because it is not expensive to you. It is cheap. I slightly disagree with my brother Nicholas when he says there are no things written down. Look at the Alberta Human Rights Act. It says if you suffer discrimination, within 1 year, you need to report it. Put yourself in the shoes of an immigrant who has come to Canada and you finally land that job. In the first few months, things are going terribly. You're experiencing all sorts of microaggressions and whatnot. And you are told, oh, hold on. I mean, that 1 year that you are serving your probation, That is when you go to file the human rights complaint? Are you kidding me? That is career suicide. 2-3 years later, when you've got your feet properly set, it's too late. And so the system doesn't pay the price for that discrimination. This is specific, this is institutional, and this is wrong. And so for me, there are 3 key things I look at. Do marginalized people have resources? Do they have the opportunity to enjoy their rights? And finally, are they at the table where decisions are being made? A couple of days ago, Mark Carney got a lot of props for his Davos speech. And in there, he said, if you are not at the table, then you are on the menu. Well, a lot of us have not had the chance to be at the table, and we have been the menu for a very, very long time. So I'll wrap this piece up with a little quote from that's very common in Africa. And they say, until the lions have their own historian, the story of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. Until indigenous people have their own historians, the story of what happens to indigenous people will be told from the perspective of those who harm them. And you can replace indigenous people with every other group that has been disadvantaged. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ben, for this. Yeah, absolutely. And, just reflecting on what you said about this idea that if you're not, Mark Carney kind of talking about not being at the table then being on the menu, it kind of makes me think about this whole idea of nothing about us without us principle that we talk about, right? If you're not at the table, if you're not making the decisions, then that's an advantage. But I think even getting to the path of being at the table looks different from which community you come from or what your race is, right?
Absolutely.
Kwesi, your thoughts on this, and in terms of, either on the documentation part of it or what's written and how that impacts, as well as, why do you think organizations are not willing to accept it?
So I think there's my colleagues here hit upon a number of areas, one of which has to do with, use the iceberg analogy. You see the behavior above surface, the microaggressions, the hate, the slurs, etc., which my colleague talked about is the individual behaviors. And then beneath the surface are the actual institutional things that go on, the systemic things that actually occur. And again, they refer to the need for Canadian experience, the need for culture fit. These are code words that are exclusionary for people. And so I'll give you a little example. I was sitting on as a board member. I had to do some EDI trading for the senior executive at the city of Calgary. And then ended up through that work being asked to sit on a panel that would hiring people for the Green Line. And we're looking at candidates and looking at the criteria. And I said, look, first of all, we need to understand what we're doing here is in part discriminatory. And everyone's like, what do you mean? I said, well, if you look at the qualifications, your criteria for the members, they're not relevant for the work. So not everybody has to be a president. And that was one of the things they were looking for. And I said, women are the majority of people who go to university in this country. They're the majority of people who graduated in this country. They make up the majority of people in the workforce. Yet they are the minority at the executive tables. Okay? So you're already closing off your opportunity for people to have something to contribute, but just because they didn't have a title of president, you're nixing everything they have to bring in. So it was bringing in that lens of looking at things a little bit differently. Now, we just want to talk about, he's made an interesting comment, nothing about us, nothing for us. Okay, that was something for the background. Doctors use that in the healthcare reform. So I'm very familiar with that one, which was interesting. What I have a difficulty with, why systemic racism occurs within the country and sustains itself, is it comes down to individual courage. So an organization can have a policy that is neutral.
okay? A policy that has no intent for malice or harm. But I am the person who is interacting with you as a member of the public. And my behavior in the way I treat you determines the experience you have of that organization. So I am seen as an officer of that organization, and I'm approved in the way I conduct myself because I remain in that position. And so that's why I say dealing with racism has to be not only within the policies and structures and the practice of the organization, but it has to be in the accountabilities we have our people and executing in the ways they're supposed to. So an organization can actually get a negative because of an individual act, but that is not something sanctioned. Now, we will deal with that from the HR side, but we don't tell people about what happened. We don't tell people we fired people, disciplined them, or demoted them, because that's private information. There's a whole lot of information we can talk about here. One is racialized Canadians make up, 25% of the workforce, but they're only 50% of the management and only 10% of executives. Okay, the wage gap: racialized men only earn 78 cents, while racialized women earn 50. Well, immigrants, 40% of them in the first, except for 20 to 40. Through the line. We also have a problem with promotion. We don't have a problem with recruiting people. We have a problem with promoting them. Okay, so the pipeline is fixed. It's the plumbing that's messed up. That's what has to be fixed. And so over the next 2 days, when I do my workshops, we're going to talk about a number of these things and about tools to help organizations actually do something about what's getting in the way. And I'll just leave it.
Thank you for that. Thank you. And you brought us some statistics. I'm curious, Nicholas, from your perspective, and when we think about the statistics that exist, or when there is data, or there is assumed absence or misuse of this data and information, how is that impacting, or your thoughts on how the data gets interpreted? Nicholas?
I think in terms of, firstly, I wanted to clarify an earlier position, and it's not that these issues are discrimination is not written. Is that it's the policies are not clear, and it's desired to have a specific outcome. For example, we have Canada's employment equity legislation, which covers over 1 million workers, not just public service workers, but the transportation industry, the airline industry, and within this, the legislation recognized the protection for Indigenous people, for racialized people, for women, and for people with disabilities. And when it comes to racialized people, it's not a defined group. So when there's hiring and promotion, the data has demonstrated to us that the government has hired a particular group of workers consistently and has excluded others, including Black workers. Now, nowhere in the legislation it says to exclude these groups, but because it's not written clearly or clearly defined, it creates a de facto practice of excluding one or more groups. The legislation also provides for women, and when we look at the data on that, women in the government now make up about 60%, more than 50% in the federal government. The leadership are women. But when we look at the subcategory of that data, it's not Black women, it's not Indigenous women, racialized women. The data clearly shows that the intent of the policy to address the barriers that women face are largely impacting positively white women. So
Okay. Well, no, thank you. Thank you for that. And I guess I'm curious, Sandra, your thoughts on when these data is used or how it's used in kind of the work that you've done, and how those efforts have been impacted by by looking at the data, or the example that Nicholas is talking about, that yes, there's more percentage of women, but then when you unpack that, you notice that there are still intentional groups that have been not at the table, or not included, or not given those opportunities that we've talked about earlier. So Sandra, kind of just curious your perspectives on that.
Yeah, so we can't deny those numbers, right? And facts and data really makes people uncomfortable. And so when we talk about systemic racism, I think it's really important to talk about why is it that that it's still so easily perpetuated. And I think that when we talk about leadership, when we talk about organizations, large companies, we have to talk about the power loss that people are going to feel, right? It's easy to maintain the status quo. You can have, there's some companies that, when the pendulum of equity, diversity, and inclusion was strong, people started, rushing to say, we don't want to be outed. We don't want to be looked at as an organization that is not on board. And so they rush to do, like, we're going to do quota hiring, we're going to do this. And I don't know how I feel about that, because it just feels like you're checking a box. You're not being intentional. You're not collecting race-based data if that's something that works for you. You're not being intentional to network in the areas, or bring people on board, or promote them. And then we talk about promoting them, it doesn't necessarily mean, some people, it can go in so many, this is so layered, first of all. It can go in so many different directions. I have seen people that come from, marginalized backgrounds, or that are racialized people that have been put in powers of position, and really are put there to maintain the status quo. Maintaining the status quo is being rewarded by professionalism. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have people that are going to be fighting for you. So you have to have intentional work, and you have to have a lot of education and awareness. You have to have movements within your organization. One of the things that the city of Edmonton did is we started a Black employee resource network. Why? Because we saw those, we know that data, we know who has been historically discriminated in the workplace, what the numbers are showing around Black women, Indigenous women, Black population. So we encourage this employee resource network to come together to bring those issues to the forefront, to bring that to the leadership, to really push for, people to get promoted, or having, some type of programs where people can learn. We have an anti-racism learning series that is now mandatory for any people leader. They have to take it. And then I won't take too much time, but I'd like to talk more about some other programs that we have around youth. But Nicholas was the first guest that the Black Employee Resource Network invited to Edmonton. So I was really happy to see him on that panel, because they really looked to him as someone who is leading change and is being very courageous and heroic in this area, and bringing that to the federal level.
Awesome. Well, sharing those examples too. Kwesi, kind of your thoughts on, when and you started some statistics there. When we look at that data, how is that data considered or not considered by organizations, and how does that impact for perpetuate racism within the organizations, or what is the experience?
Data is power. And once you get that position, they're going to fight to get their voices heard and have their privilege. So that is an unfortunate part of the human nature. Data, if you're not collecting disaggregated data, okay, then you're not learning what the experiences of your people. So you can say we're in the same storm, but our experiences of that storm, of that organization, are not the same. And so if you're not collecting the data to show that, the illustration earlier on, I think that Nicholas gave, that white women are getting benefits of the EDI initiatives, et cetera, and that other racialized populations are not. It's in capturing that racial disaggregated data to get it. Now, I was back at the city of Calgary at the time and asked to sit on a panel with the Stats Canada about, do we collect racial, disaggregated data? And I argued simply, if you don't collect it, how do you know what the experience of the Southeast Asian is versus the experience of a Black woman versus the racism of an Indigenous person? You don't know their experiences. And so there is not a one size fits all. You can't have a solution that seems to work for everyone. The other thing that goes on with this is personal fear. You alluded to earlier on, is what gets in the way. Because as systemic as things are, they're not. So a system is not alive. It's inert. It has no power. A policy has no power. A procedure, it doesn't do anything. It's us in the application of ourselves in executing on what we're supposed to do that creates that experience. And so when we talk about systemic, I always want to say, yeah, but don't forget that there's a personal accountability of the people who are doing the execution. They can't be absolved by saying, oh, well, it's just this. No, we are the system. We are the system by the way we conduct ourselves, the way we interact with each other, with the way we hold ourselves accountable or others accountable or not accountable. And it's the piece that I think Prime Minister Carney made in his speech in Davos about, you put the sign up, the greengrocer sign, puts it up in the window because he doesn't want to upset the apple cart. He wants to get along and go along. Okay? So that's an individual choice that sustains a system. And so that's the piece I just want to keep harping back on is, yes, get the data. Yes, do the work with your policies, your practice, procedures, but this comes down to individuals taking accountability, being held accountable for the work they do. And that's where I think the tools of the assessments, the tools of the outcomes, etc. So City of Calgary, I pointed out to them flat out, I said, look, if we're going to do this work, okay, in 5 years' time, tell me something. How will we know we've arrived? How will we know? And people, how do we know? I said, why don't you go ask the people who have been affected? From that point of view, how will it look like to say that the City of Edmonton, the City of Calgary, the City of Vancouver are making progress? And people need to understand when we do this work, this is not a destination. There is no destination, right? It will constantly evolve as our understanding, our learning, and our evolution as people continues. It is a journey, and it is a journey of continuous education, learning, and development. Thank you.
No, absolutely. And I think you've made some really good points. I'll let that sit for the audience to reflect further on. But so far, we've kind of talked about, how systems have created harm, or the systems we create have created harm. Just want to switch gears a little bit and see, do we have examples of organizations or policies or, systemic things that have occurred where we've seen that change occur? And Ben, just curious, kind of from your perspective, do you have any examples of real life organizations who are doing good and there is hope and they have made change possible in this work?
I mean, absolutely. There's a lot of change happening. It is slow. It is painful because people who have always had power have no motivation to give it up. And it's also hard because we have a lot of the time focused on people and then people get defensive and they say, well, why are you calling me a racist? I'm not. Find me something I have done which is. Whereas they will still create policies and procedures which harm other people, which deny other people their rights and their privileges. So, many of us have kids. Our kids take part in sports. And we can see that some sports, you go in there and you feel unwelcome. And the coaches or other people may make decisions and you think, no, this doesn't sound right. You didn't deal with this matter properly. What's your recourse? And some of these institutions like Skate Canada, Hockey Canada, and so on are bringing in some new procedures, new rules, so that they can be a bit more responsive. Certain organizations are also bringing in some policies to allow people to report things. But the cost of poor behavior, the cost of poor action is still cheap. It's like a speeding ticket. If a speeding ticket is not based on your income and you are very rich, who cares? You don't feel it. And so I'm really invested in this let's make it expensive thing. If somebody has experienced discrimination at work, I want their better human rights to allow them 5 years to go back 5 years and complain and receive justice. Because not receiving that justice is continuing the pain. I want funding not for, oh, let's have this new policy. No, I want funding so people can afford lawyers and then take organizations who have harmed them to court. Because like Wasey said, we have a lot of new rules. We have a lot of new policies and new procedures, but people are still struggling. And so the last thing is to make it expensive. I'll just wrap this one by saying apartheid in South Africa did not end because those who were advantaged woke up one day and said, oh, we now recognize you are also human beings. It ended because it became too expensive to keep practicing it.
Yeah, that's an awesome perspective. Nicholas, as a human rights advocate, curious your thoughts on this conversation and kind of your perspective. Oh, he's gone. Okay. No worries. Kwesi, your kind of take on or anything you want to add to this piece?
No, not really. If you want to go back about, let's say, how do we know we've arrived? Okay. One of them, the city contained in any organization, is why don't you reflect the community you serve? Why don't you reflect the people who pay your wages through their taxation? So if the city of Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, whatever, has a 35% population that is racialized, then why is your population workforce not reflecting that community? Why is your leadership not reflecting that community? So they become targets then that you will aspirationally get to. Okay, so those are things that organizations can actually do. We do this in medicine, where if you look at the specialists, the doctors we get them, they tend to come from the certain schools. We'll find out who the head of the department is, and gee, guess what? Lo and behold, a lot of people who graduate from that college or that showed up in those places. And I had to raise that as director of medical services, said, oh, this is discriminatory. We have people who are qualified from all over the world. Why is it we seem to be only getting them from these places? And part of my argument was a little bit brash and pointed out our health outcomes suck. Versus other countries like Italy, France, Germany, Sweden, etc., we're nowhere near as well. So why are we getting people who are not in systems that are giving the outcomes that we desire? So you have to challenge the system. And to the point earlier on about this requires personal courage. Okay? And unfortunately, you need clowns like me who have no problem thinking that go and get work elsewhere. People will recognize talent where it is. So you speak up and you be that person. But to think that everybody else can have that is not realistic. People worry about their mortgages, their kids, their houses, education. All things get in the way of people speaking up and doing what they know they do. So I think the more people on the totem pole and the amount of things you have, the bigger the loss and risk you have, therefore the more cowardice you become. And so you become a prisoner, the golden handcuffs of your wealth, and imprison you for standing up for the things you believe in. But at the end of the day, for me, it's always been about how will I sleep at night? How will I sleep with myself? But more importantly, what changed a lot of people when I started talking and say, you need to look at this as what will be your legacy? When your children ask you, when this was going on, mom, pop, dad, what did you do? What will your response be? So when you talk about things that are legacy, it is about ego, right? People, that's why rich people donate money in their latter years because they've accumulated, realize it means nothing. but now I need to be seen in a different light. So I got to plaster my name on hospitals or libraries or whatever. Everybody does it in all countries, same pattern, same stuff. They've accumulated, done all kinds of things to get it, and realize, oh my gosh, no one thinks highly of me, unless I actually do something. So then all of a sudden I get magnanimous and philanthropic when I don't really, because I need my name put on a wall. That's crazy. So part of the work that we're doing here has to be with the organization center, but part of it, we need to help people get the internal fortitude, the intestinal fortitude and courage and the muscle and sinew to do the hard work. Okay? You don't grow in a place of comfort. You stagnate.
I think that's a great point. Yes, and there's an individual scope of work and individual privileges and courage and fear that you move past. When we think about systems and when we think about organizations, how you say, okay, as there are things that people do, and Sandra, you alluded to this around checkbox or things that organizations have done. What do you think that can occur or done differently by organizations so it's meaningful and effective and not just a checkbox activity, or not just as realizing individuals later in the years to say, oh, I've collected so much money, let's now donate so that others can view me differently and satisfy my ego again, right? But just curious, even from an organization standpoint or an individual standpoint, how do we make this meaningful and go beyond that, just those words or those checkbox or that tokenism?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. Courage is something. Courage, tenacity, and perseverance in this space is important. You have to have the will to keep going. You have to be able to know that you are not going to. You are constantly going to be up against unpopular opinion, and you're going to make people feel uncomfortable, because the minute you take power away from someone, you can see them squirm and see how uncomfortable they get. So on a personal level, I'm going to tell you just a little bit about myself. I see myself in different levels. So I came to this country as a refugee. I'm deeply invested in the immigrant experience. We came from a conflict zone. We grew up with discrimination, but I also, in a very complex way, I have light skin. I'm a Latin American woman. My first language is Spanish, but I know that I hold privilege, and I know that. So my family is a deep rooted, deep seated social justice family. So this was in my bones. I was meant to do this. I know, and I'm okay with not being popular and bringing in challenging things. I'm an activist at heart, but I work for a municipality. So what does that mean? I learned to be strategic with it. And I think that we can be strategic with it if you choose to be in this space, and I've chosen this space. So when I got into my position, and we were told, basically, you're getting hired to challenge these systems. You're getting hired to see where the gaps are. I'm absolutely will sign up for that. So one of my first and foremost thing is integrity. So I love what you said about that, because I need to be able to sleep at night knowing I did the right thing. I'm not performative. This is not performative. We will not be doing performative work. Will this take time? Absolutely. Do we have it right? We do not. We have made a lot of mistakes along the way, and we've asked for grace with that, especially in the anti-racism space. But I think organizations, whether that's municipal, private sector, nonprofit, you have to be intentional with so it's not about checking boxes. It's not about getting quotas. It's about learning, getting the data, getting the experience, checking in with your employees, figuring out where is it that we are failing our employees and we're failing the community. So at the City of Edmonton, I want to leave with some hopeful things that we've done. So we've created an anti-racism strategy for an entire municipality. Thanks to our last mayor, that was the first motion that he did. How do we create an anti-racism city? That's what we're being tasked with. So we have a strategy, and the strategy is very much in partnership with our community. We do not do this alone. We do this at the pace of community. We do it with the voice of community. So we have the strategy. We have an internal corporate anti-racism action plan. basically going through every leadership in every department saying, here's where you can be better in the anti-racism space. And we have asked them to commit to about 70 different action items, and we follow that. We have an anti-Black racism action plan that was created in collaboration with community. We host events with community. So nothing is transactional. It has to be intentional. And if it appears to be transactional, then we pull back. So, and then on top of that, we put dollars. So we have $1.4 million that we give out for grants to community. Some of those are focused on Black communities. Some of those are focused on just racialized communities, but it has to be community led. And the people that choose those where the grants go are not municipal workers. It's community volunteers that come in, have anti-racism training, and then give out to their own communities. So I just wanted to leave with some of those hopeful things. Yeah.
You kind of answered the last question that I had for all of you panel members around what is like one thing or a couple things that you want to leave the audience with, and a hopeful message or something that we can do, or if we are in positions of privilege in our organizations that we are able to make those changes. So maybe go with Ben first and then Kwesi.
I think, wow, so much good stuff here from two powerful speakers here. On Kwesi's one about courage, we know that one broomstick doesn't do a lot of work. It takes a whole collection of them. And maybe along those lines, one tree doesn't make a good forest. You need a whole lot of trees to make that forest. The point here is courage is a collective art. One person standing alone will get shot down, but a lot more people standing up will be harder to take down. And it is changing the culture from what it is now to a culture which says, I'm going to look out for the next person. It is sharing success stories. When I hear about somebody who went through some challenges, I want to sit down with them. I want to pay them and say, tell me everything, because the lessons from what you have been through are what we need to share and improve on. So I want us to work on identifying success stories. Let's share the success stories. When you get a whole medical department to start changing how they recruit students, let's share those stories. When the city is investing money and we're seeing those money deliver, let's share those stories. When people who have faced discrimination and struggles of work manage to pull it off, let's share those stories. For it is in the sharing of those stories others would gather and gain their confidence. A couple quotes. William Butler Yeats said, education is not the filling hail, but the light in the fire. Whenever I go anywhere, I just lighten those in the hope that those people will keep the flame going and hopefully we'll have a huge fire. But it is not easy and it takes a lot of people. And then finally, I got to quote a Black man. James Baldwin said, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed unless it is faced. And so I wish you all very well, and I'm sure we'll make good.
Thank you, Ben. So yes, we can certainly acknowledge. Kwesi, your thoughts in terms of leaving the audience with something that your last words.
I think everyone in this space is a catalyst for change. And so everyone has it within them to be a catalyst for change. What I would say is changing culture, which is what we're really doing here, is like trying to turn a tanker in an ocean. It is taking a lot longer time to do that than to turn a speedboat on the water. So this work requires patience, it requires perseverance, it requires personal safety, requires looking after each other, supporting each other. But what this work is really doing at its core is bringing an African culture to the Western world, and that culture is called Ubuntu. And I think once people understand that our success is intricately entwined with that of others and vice versa, then we will start becoming truly the potential we have as human beings. So keep fighting, keep trucking.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I think it's been a privilege to hear a lot of these interesting and very thoughtful comments today. This is our start for the conference, and I think thank you. You've been a great panel, and you've given us a lot to think about, lots of fires that have been lit here, lots of things of hope here. So thank you so much. Please join me in thanking the panel here, and yeah, a lot more to come in the next few hours.
Very, very good. Absolutely.
Thank you. Can we put our hands one more time for the panelists and the moderator? Come on, you can do better than that. Yeah. So why don't you take, as they make this seat, take at least maybe a minute or two if you need a break or anything like that. Can you do that? But we'll be starting here literally in 1 minute. So do that as they get their seats, and then we'll get going here.
Where are we looking, sir? Awesome. Good job. Good job.
All right, grab your seats. Grab your seats. You need another minute? You got 30 seconds. Grab your seats. We'll get going. Right. Okay. So we do have another panel discussion, panel session, and we'll get started right away here. This one is titled Anti-Black and Anti-Asian Racism, History, Realities, and Future Risks. This panel brings together lived experience speakers and experts to explore the historical foundation of racism and how it manifests today and the long-term impact on communities. And to lead us in that panel discussion, it'll be Silu. Is she here? I think she went to the back. Oh, there she is. Yeah, a good friend of mine. Today you won't be doing any Tai Chi or anything like that. Not today, huh? Today is all just anti-racism. Last time I met her, we were doing exercises and stretching, but today it'll just be conversation. So please put your hands together for Silu as she comes up to moderate, and then she'll be introducing the rest of our panelists. And you can just sit on these chairs. You don't have to worry about that one, okay? This one is your mic here.
I can sit here. I have 4 people. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It is cold, hey? It's freezing cold. My ass was like so cold on my car. For many years, during winter time, I'm like, what are you doing in Edmonton, -35, trying to warm up your damn car and freezing your ass? I ask that every winter. I'm like, I need to move back to Asia. But after 25 years, I'm still here. Thank you for being here. My name is Si Liu. And before we begin, I want to start with a brief personal reflection. Canada is often described as a multicultural country, and in many ways it is. But as an Asian Canadian woman, as you can see, I'm very Asian. I have experienced racism here in Canada, although not something loud and obvious, but as something subtle and normalized. It shows up when my expertise is questioned, before my credential is known, when calmness and quiet is mistaken for passive. And I believe for Asians and African culture, we share many similarities. When leadership potential is overlooked because it doesn't match a familiar Canadian white cultural template. As a coach, occupational health consultant, and Qigong practitioner, I work very closely with leaders and in organizations. When what I see again and again is that culture shapes how we communicate, how we show confidence, how we respond to authority, and how safe we feel to be seen. When leader lacks cultural awareness, they may misread behaviors and unintentionally exclude Africans and Asians. When leaders are culture aware, they create trust, safety, and belonging. In leadership space, culture is often treated as secondary, but in reality, it shapes decision-making, communication, trust, and performance. So when organizations fail to recognize how racism operates, they risk disengagement, talent loss, and long-term harm, particularly for the Black and Asian communities. So addressing these realities is not just a moral responsibility, it is a leadership imperative. Today's panel, Anti-Black and Anti-Asian Racism, History, Realities, and Future Risks, invite us to look beyond the surface, to understand how history, system, and narrative continue to shape life realities for Black and Asian communities. I always tell my Asian Chinese community, we need to learn from the Black communities, because as Asian Chinese in Edmonton, we're very scattered. like a sand. We don't unite. What I learned from the Black community is you guys are united, strong. Just like Chinese saying, you can break a single chopstick easily, but when you grab a bunch of the chopstick, you try to break that, it's really hard. It's time for us to stand up, shine our light, and speak up. So without any further delay, it is my honor to introduce our panelists. I will invite each of you to come up and introduce yourself, your name, your role, and what brings you to these conversations today. So the first panelist is Baiju Palika Valley. Sorry if I make a wrong pronunciation. Up to you. You want this or you want that?
Okay, yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Baiju Waraid. I teach in the social work program at Makiwan University. For last 3 years, I am the chair of the program there. This has been like 13 years in Canada. Before that, I was teaching the same social program back in India. And I'm also actually involved in Asian community, especially in the South Indian community, with a few works among the children, as well as with various other community programs. I'm so happy to join this event today so that I can learn from other distinguished speakers, as well as share my thoughts on anti-racism and how it is percolating down to everyday lives of people of color in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next panelist is Othman Khan.
I prepared for the panel, but not the introduction. So my name is Uthman. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Alberta, sociocultural anthropology. I study cultures, society, institutions. And I'm bringing my electronics to the stage because I'm actually deaf. So if you see me looking down, I have my softwares that are there. My earpiece decided that it's not going to work this morning, but I have backup. So if you see me looking down, I'm just trying to hear what's happening. It's transcribing it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our third panelist is Eric Chan.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here. My name is Eric Chan. My Chinese name is Chen Xingqiang, and I'm a PhD candidate from University of Alberta. I'm studying public health and health promotion, and professionally, I'm the manager of equity at Norquest College. So I manage the anti-racism and EDI portfolios there to try and help the college become more inclusive and actively anti-racist, especially because we serve so many learners that face a lot of barriers to post-secondary education. So I'm really excited for this conversation and to learn from everybody else here. So thanks for having me.
Thank you. Our last but not the least, Shefali Khoja.
Thank you. So I had a few more seconds to prepare my introduction than all of them. But I'm Shefali Khoja. I think the way I would describe myself is I'm passionate about this work. I'm somebody who sees myself as a lifelong learner. I'm a consultant and a mediator. I lead diversity and inclusion work. I've done that in multiple levels of government. I currently work for a municipality. I also lead a nonprofit organization. So I feel like I have the privilege to be able to do this work and really looking forward to this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for grounding us and letting us know who you are and the perspective you bring. So my first question is directed to Baiju. Baiju, from a historical and policy perspective, What narrative or structure laid the foundation for anti-Black and anti-Asian racism in Canada?
Oh, thank you. Before I answer that question very specifically, I just wanted to critically look at history itself. I had been teaching human rights to fourth year BSc students this semester, and I was telling history is his story and not her story. So history is always, need to be critically looked at. So when we speak about history, what we speak is what we know or what we have been allowed to be known. And that is very significant. So if you look at the history of anti-Asian racism in Canada, I would refer to two historical events and one contemporary event. One is the famous or infamous Komatagaru ship movement event that happened in 1914, where a ship consisting of immigrants from India was not allowed to board in Vancouver. Well, there has been lots of reflections about that, and at the end of that, our previous Prime Minister Justin Trudeau apologized for that event. Second is how Chinese people were used to construct the railway line, which was the most important economic development that has happened in building the economy of Canada. But since 1885, there was a head tax imposed upon Chinese people, which was incrementally increased, ended up having a kind of Chinese Exclusion Act in 1923. So those two historical events very clearly states the anti-Asian racism that has been in a way inbuilt in the history of Canada. The third event I want to refer to is how anti-Asian racism resurfaced during COVID. One of the events that happened in Alberta was with a reference to alleging Asian people working in a meat factory in Alberta, which was told us that the hub was spreading COVID, which was very clearly and explicitly anti-Asian racism. So historically, through several events, we can see that there has been several stages that has developed a kind of anti-Asian racism, among other racism, in Canada. And it has been still been continued. I will end my response with a kind of final thought, but I'm happy to see that there is a kind of rethought about all these historical events, where they are identified as events of racism and they are acknowledged as an act of racism. That I would say is a kind of recognition of the racist attitudes of this country, which actually helps us in the anti-racist movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as a follow-up, Uthman, how do this history continue to shape identity and belonging today?
History, it's an interesting concept. I appreciate your response. Brings it right back to a concept that I'm still working on, which is this idea of grooves. I went to a therapist years ago, and he told me that the more I repeat something, the more eventually I'll start believing in it. It creates a sort of groove in my head. So as a theorist, I am exploring this idea of grooves as a way that your history shapes who you are. And these grooves are not necessarily something that you bring in right away, but it has to do with perhaps a lot of traumas or situational, or just situations actually, that have been there from the past. And they're inherited. Even like colonialism, it's not necessarily something, it's inherited. It's part of our mindset. So when we're talking about the histories, they don't stay in the past. If you want to know what the history was, you have an option. Read it in a book, or just look at who you are. And when you look at who you are and you do a proper analysis, you'll be able to see, oh wow, who I am, what I'm doing, what I believe in, and a lot of the subtle, as I forget who says it, calls it the mind bugs, a lot of the subtleties that are there within how we act, how we behave, how we are perceived is actually our history. No need to read it in a book. It's actually who we are. For many racialized people in Canada, belonging is actually conditional. So if you are feeling vigilant, well, that's because there's a history behind it. And we're often welcome only if we are useful, quiet, or exceptional. But we're not normally considered part of the we as Canadians. And it's very interesting. It's like we as Canadians, well, you see, the fact that you aren't what social convention might call a Canadian, automatically the we that you're saying, the word we, well, we do this, we do that, you're associating it with probably the color of your skin or your nationality or even your religious group. For example, as a Muslim man who is visibly racialized, I'm allowed to have strong opinions, and I can be that nerdy student who or scholar who's able to come up with ideas and concepts. But the second I start to talk about politics or be critical or emotional, that belonging becomes pretty fragile. There's always an underlying sense that I'm being assessed, I'm being looked at differently. My opinion doesn't really matter because I'm not really Canadian, but I was born across West Edmonton Mall. So I don't know how that would make any sense to me. And this shows up in subtle ways where someone will come up to me and say, "Oh, where are you from?" 170th Street? I don't know. But it's not about where I was. It's not about where I live either. It's like where I was born. And this, it creeps into society as well. And like I talked about what history is, the grooves are created. I'm sorry, going on for a while, so I'll stop in a second over here. But when you have people that are Asian or people that are not white, and they're going to be the ones asking us, so where are you from? As if there's some sort of understanding that, well, the fact that you don't look like what you're supposed to look like, and quote, it's okay to ask me where I'm from. Or being framed as a spokesperson for an entire group. So if I say something, I'm not going to be judged as a Canadian, but I'm speaking technically, probably in your eyes or in the eyes of society, on behalf of the Muslims or on behalf of the South Asians or whatever. So historically, both Black and Asian communities were positioned as either threats or labor, and belonging isn't just legal or formal, it's affective. It actually happens. And when I say affective, it happens before you're able to even put words to it. It's about whether you feel safe or are you fully yourself or not. And if there's consequences, well, too bad. It's your skin color.
So, Otman, how do the life experience of anti-Black racism different from those of anti-Asian racism today? And where do they intersect?
Interesting question, and I like this question a lot because there are important differences, and this is a whole workshop. But there's also a few deeper points that I probably want to talk about. First of all, anti-Black racism, and also, and maybe this should be added to the question, is anti-Indigenous racism. It's more often, it's overt, right? It's more criminalizing and more violent. And I'm not the type of person who likes to stir up controversy, but if I'm given that, if I see something happening, then I will say it. And maybe that's why some people don't really like to have political conversations with me. But I'll give you an example. I was working with a social worker, and this social worker was talking about child and family services. And I'm going to come up with an example over here, and I apologize if it hurts some feelings. But the big question was, well, the amount of people that are taken away from care in from child and family services, it's predominantly non-white, and there might be white, but if you were to put them into like 10 people, 8 of them would not be 8 of them would be just people of different culture. And this is why I talk about indigenous, that sometimes being born as a different race is automatically criminalizing in some capacity, particularly in policing child welfare. And I've written a paper on this. It's at the University of Calgary. Hopefully it gets published at some point in time. Journal articles take forever, they'll probably, when I'm a lot older, they're going to be like, we like it. But I talk about this idea of what's not really systemic racism, because I'm an anthropologist, but it was more like the systemic understanding of how institutions are biased, and it's very colonial. It starts from early on. So we don't know that we're doing it, but it's all happening there. Anti-Asian racism can happen and operate through invisibility or conditional acceptance, right? So for example, we have to be passive. So there's this whole stereotype of passivity, foreignness, or even perpetual outsider status. Well, we're not really there. We're outsiders. So during moments of crisis, this becomes really clear. Remember COVID-19? And then during COVID-19, this can flip into hostility or even some sort of scapegoating. As a Muslim, I obviously always get pulled over when I'm traveling. But then during COVID, I was in Vancouver attending a conference and no one was looking at me. And I was like, this is interesting. Oh, who was everyone looking at? But again, this came out as to how the media portrayed, because Muslims weren't a threat anymore. You see? So when something starts to happen, then the media or whatever comes out and will dehumanize whatever people need to be dehumanized, unfortunately, at that time. So being reduced, we're not humans anymore, we're reduced to a type or a nationality, but we're not actually full people. And another point of overlap over here is what is referred to as respectability politics, that both communities are feeling pressure to behave correctly in order to avoid harm. You see, we have to perform. We're putting on a show because we can't be ourselves, because you see, ourself is a threat. We don't know how it's a threat, but it is a threat. And I've seen this personally in community spaces as well as my own academic spaces, where racialized people are expected to raise concerns in a way that the institutions like. You see, because if we say something that the institutions don't like, then we're angry. So at this point, what happens is we're never credible. If we say something, that's a problem. And then we're associated with whatever. And if we don't say something, that's also a problem. So it's like, well, if you're going to get pulled over, you're going to get a ticket anyways, no matter what you were doing. It's interesting. So while the mechanisms are going to differ for the different groups, this affective experience, I'm using the word affect very specific, this affective experience, meaning this preconceived, before we can even put in words, it's always going to be there. We're vigilant, we're always self-monitoring, and it gets tiring. Sometimes you just want to go home and go to sleep and be like, I just want to forget about it, and wake up the next day and whatever.
That is a good point. Yes, the urge to perform based on your nationality. As an Asian woman, I was always told that Asian women are quiet. You are Asian, you must be really good at math. No, I hate math. That's why I become a nurse. You must be very smart. I don't think so, but yeah, I'll pretend that I'm smart. I know every answer. So now, Shefali, from your work in mediations and community space, where do you see these experiences overlapping?
I think this is a very interesting question, and I feel like we're talking about. It's not the best mic. Is this any better? Yeah. Okay. So I think in some ways we are we are generalizing, and I think both of my panel members here kind of alluded to that we are speaking on behalf of this entire community, and we are talking about lived experiences of this entire, Black community as well as Asian community. So just want to point that obvious fact out. But in terms of the lived experience and where it's overlapping, I think that there's lots. I think Uthman alluded to that a little bit in terms of lack of opportunities or being followed more closely, or this idea of being pretentious or having to pretend to fit into the norm, or being passed over or not having a voice at the table. I think that is experienced no matter if you're a person of color, if you are a Black person, or you're an Asian person. So I think those experiences are there. But it does look different. I think as both of the panel kind of talked about too, like the history of this racism goes back to like years in Canada, as well as, like in real life where, a youth is being followed in a store, or just because you are a certain color, you somehow become more suspicious. Or, I think back, Uthman, you kind of made me think about media and how media represents, because if you look at the news, it's interesting where if there's a Muslim person or there's an act, they'll say, oh, a Muslim person did this. But if it was, say, somebody else, it'll be like, it's a random act of da-da-da, right? Or it was like a one-off kind of situation. So it's quite interesting how these narratives are constantly being reinforced and shared. And sure. Anyhow, so I'll stop there. That's an indication of that. So back to you.
So Eric. Is it me? Okay. Eric, from an institutional and public health perspective, how does racism show up in a subtle or normalized way that organizations often fail to recognize?
Hello? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh. Okay. I think the first example that I think about. Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay. I think in a public health perspective, the biggest thing, the example that I can think about is triaging. So when someone or when different communities. Okay, let's try this again. I think about so when someone goes to an emergency, and the system way that basically the way that different communities are triaged and their needs are either invalidated or seem to be valid health concerns. There's a lot of research that demonstrates how when Indigenous peoples or Asian peoples or Black peoples come into the emergency room, that they're often triaged at a lower priority score than white people that are coming in with the same health condition. And so this is a really clear example of a structural, institutional approach where two communities are coming in to access healthcare and with the same health conditions. And if you're not white, your concern, your health need is immediately diminished and you're triaged at a lower rate. And so you're less likely to get care in a timely manner. And you're at higher risk of, mortality and bad things happening to you and your health not being taken seriously. And we've seen this happen at the Grey Nuns Hospital very recently with, I believe, a South Asian community member who was looking to access healthcare in the emergency. I think he was waiting there for over 8 hours. It was excessive, and I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have happened if he was a white male accessing or looking to access care in the emergency. So I think that's a really clear example of how in a public health context, in terms of accessing emergency healthcare institutionally, we see time and time again that racialized communities, whether you're Black, Indigenous, or Asian, are not receiving the care, and it's baked into our systems and our processes. Yeah, that's what I would say. That's a clear example that I can think of.
That is a very good point, Eric. As a nurse, and also used to be a patient before, as a mother who gives birth. In my culture, and I believe in Black culture too, we love to drink warm water. And especially after giving birth to a baby, in my culture, I want warm water. And then the nurse like, no, warm water doesn't taste good. You need to drink cold water. And that is so contradictory to my culture. And when I tell people that I drink hot water, warm water, the first reaction from my white colleague is like, ew, it doesn't taste good. Why would you drink warm water? You're weird. That's not weird. That is my culture. That's how I brought up. And I embrace my culture. And that is the problem I start to see in a younger generation who feel embarrassed of their own culture, not because they don't like to follow the culture, but then because they want to fit in, to belong into the Canadian Western culture. That is what I always see in the third, fourth, fifth, and beyond generations. Now, to Uthman Khan, what role do media, misinformations, and global events play in fueling racism, fear, and hate?
Talking to, oh, there you go. Yeah, that's a great question. And the microphone working and not working, it's a good analogy to answer this question. You see, if it stops working, is there a way to turn this off for a quick second? Oh, you can't do that? Okay. It would have worked really well. I mean, okay. But anyways, so you guys can't hear me anymore. And now you can hear me. You see, this is, how does media and global events, well, I guess separate it a little bit. You see, a global event can take place somewhere in, well, we talk about an event can take place, because what's considered global and what's considered not global is also dependent on how society perceives it. So something can happen in like Central Africa and it might not be global because society doesn't care about it. But then something can happen in some small country somewhere in Europe, and because it's been portrayed in a way, it can be considered global. So these events are there, but what clarifies is the microphones, because this is what amplifies the sound. The reason you can hear me in the back is because I'm speaking into it. You see, that's what the media is. Media is a microphone. It's just amplifying the voice that's happening, or whatever voice I want to say. Now, if you don't like what I'm saying, you can turn it off. And then now my voice isn't actually going to get across. And what happens is these microphones or these amplifiers are not creating racism from scratch, but they're amplifying whatever bias or narrative there was or is happening behind the scenes. So they're activating narratives that already exist, or creating a direction that we want people to be able to see or be able to get people to believe. So after any sort of major global event, whether it's a terrorist attack or a pandemic or some sort of geopolitical conflict, racialized bodies, we already don't have a place. We're already, we're not a we, but now we become symbols. So now we're a symbol of whatever the microphone wants to tell you, whatever the media wants to tell you. And perhaps because of the lack of attention span that we have now, especially scrolling on TikTok, 30-second, 50-second videos, that's what's going to amplify whatever narrative needs to be amplified at this point. So racialized bodies, become symbols. And individuals are asked now to stand up and talk on behalf of entire regions, or talk on behalf of entire religions or entire nations. And I've experienced this, well, quite a bit. After global incidences, there's a shift of how people are interacting with you. There's a lot more suspicion. There's a lot more listening to what you have to say if it agrees with my point of view. And there's a lot more distance, yet there's a lot more curiosity. A lot of this creates a little catch-22 type of a scenario over here. And in reality, that's not living a normal life. It's actually surveillance in a very interesting way, perhaps even a very narcissistic way. And even silence, like I said previously, is interpreted as complicity. So and social media, well, it doesn't really help over here as well. Algorithms doesn't help either. Why? Because, well, if you were to watch, I'll give you an example over here. So I study, part of my studies is understanding social media culture and algorithms. So there was this research that was done on SoundCloud. Yes, I'm going to bring music into this because that's cool. And there were certain songs that were #1, and then there were certain songs that were at 100 or 200 level. In other words, the ones that made it to the top were based on an algorithm. So what they did was they made a 10-second clip or a 15-second clip of the song, and they played it. So by the time someone was scrolling or actually went and listened to the song, they heard 10 seconds of it. So after 10 seconds, you didn't really get into the song. So they were getting into it a little bit, and it reached the end, and then it looped. Now, when it looped back, all of a sudden, the system registered that, well, you liked the song because you're listening to it a second time. And then you were confused as to where the song was. You looped a third time. So there's a lot of ways that the media is going to start to amplify these narratives, because now I put on a TikTok video based on what I want, or an Instagram reel that's only 10 seconds long. It forces me to watch it. And now the algorithm picks up that, oh, that's the type of content you like. And now when the algorithm picks up the type of content you like, all of a sudden, now your algorithm is filled with narratives of fear, anger, outrage. Nuance is not going to spread anymore, because you see, nuance happens after normativity. You see, I'm going to say something, and then the nuance comes after that. If I talk about the nuance in the beginning, it doesn't make sense. But the algorithm doesn't care about that. People want to hear the nuance in the first 10 seconds. So now is that these narratives start to feel personal, even if they're abstract. Why? Because, well, we never got a chance to listen to the whole thing. And a young racialized person watching these cycles is going to start to internalize a particular message, which is what? Your safety depends on the events that you do not have control over. Where do you think all the conspiracy theories come from? I mean, you can do the math. Social media isn't informing, it's shaping an emotional climate. It's also shaping who is supposed to be safe, who's not safe, and who feels at risk, who's being watched, and who's unfortunately entitled to harm.
So, Baiju, how do institutions respond or fail to respond to this shift?
Institutions are in a way forced to respond and comply because there are very promising EDA policies in Canada, and that's a very good thing. So they are forced to comply. Say, for example, when you hire do the hirings, you need to have a kind of, ensure EDA policies. But following the policies and the actual act of not being racist, they are different. You can hire somebody and have a kind of tokenism. Okay, we have hired somebody of person of color, but how they are accommodated in an organization and how they are performing, how they are engaged is much different. And that is where I go back to what Khan said earlier about, you would be accepted if you are either quiet or exceptional. And I would say, looking at the immigration policy of Canada, most of people who have come to Canada are exceptional, which means Canada accepts
only those who are on the top of that scoring, that speaks to their quality of education experience. Canada doesn't accept anybody who is below exceptional. But to prove that exceptional capacity of a person of color in Canada takes double the work than a white person in Canada. One of the examples I use is like, when a person of color, you score 10, you need to work for 12. Whereas a white person needs to work only for 8. And that also speaks to the subtle elements of work. One example is like for many people of color like me, English is an additional language or second language. So we are not very proficient in speaking, but we are very good in doing. So immigrants do this much, we speak only this much. Whereas people who are proficient with English, their first language, they do this much, but they speak this much. So who wins? Who are able to articulate, speak about it. That's what I have seen in my career here. So that subtle element is never recognized. The volume of work, never recognized, but the volume of your speech is well recognized. And institution doesn't understand. They don't get it that way. So I'm glad that there are lots of policies that support EDA and anti-racism, but the actual effect of that in everyday life is much different, which needs a kind of courage, as it was described in the previous panel session, and real action from the hearts of people.
So, Shafali, how does intergenerational trauma affect Black and Asian communities' relationship with the public institution?
I think the intergenerational trauma is huge, and it definitely shapes. And it certainly shapes how individuals are viewed, or how they interact with institutions. And I think it's at both levels. I think when we've talked a lot about how families' experiences or the whole history and how one person gets impacted, those stories don't disappear. They get passed on to the children, and then to their children, and to the families, right? So there is a lot, like when we talk about how does that interact with institutions, I think there's mistrust. There is fear, there is hesitation in interacting with, say, especially when we look at bodies like government bodies, right? So we look at when surveys are done or when statistics are done, sometimes we see, we have, say, 4% of indigenous population in the city. And doing this work, and from my own lived experience, I wonder if that's true. Is it because it's actually 4%? Or is it people, because of this trauma, because of this hesitation, this fear with institutions, that they are not coming forward to report, right? Because there's just so much mistrust. Like, I don't want to trust you. You've, at some point in life, you've taken away my child. You've put them in a school. You've institutionalized things. You've taken away our culture, our language, right? So, or you've heard conversations growing up that, put your head down, just work hard. We are new immigrants, right? So those types of conversations shape how you view the world, how you interact with organizations, or not being able to speak up, right? Because you feel that's not your place, or it won't be heard, or it'll be fell on deaf ears. So I think it's ingrained. And I think with my own lived experience and kind of having friends in the Asian and Black community, I feel our cultures, we are community-based individuals, right? So we are collective. We rely on each other. We usually, we have a way of how we listen to authority, or elders in the community, and sometimes we are not even conscious of those traumas that we go through, and it gets passed on through stories, or it gets passed on through what we educate our children, or our families. So I think it's very complex. It shows up through these mistrusts, through not coming forward, through not speaking up, and it gets perpetuated when you're missed out from the voices, being the voice at the table, or from the decision points, or in the data that gets collected or misused or misinterpreted. So I think it's a very it's a hard spot, and the systems and institutions make it even harder.
Thank you, Shafali. And because of what you were saying, I think it's so critical to educate our youth about the history, Because many times the history has been altered, or whoever up on top and say, oh, this only happened 100 years ago. It's not important anymore. But it does, because epigenetics say it is ingrained in our DNA. And that's why it's called intergenerational trauma and intergenerational pattern. And I can tell you from my personal experience as a Chinese, my grandparents have to run away from China because of World War II. And he is the one who witnessed all this trauma, all this killing. But for me, after another generation, like after my dad generations, now I'm the grandkids. I'm like, what trauma? I never seen any trauma. I still go to Japan and shopping until one time. That was 5 years ago. I was shopping in Tokyo. Oh, my pretty clothing, you know, when you were 20s. And then in Japan, they have the speaker just right on every street. Suddenly at 4 p.m., I remember that day, 4 p.m., they broadcast something in Japanese. They have no clue what they were talking about. But I recognized that voice and I froze on the street. And I was shopping with my friends. My friends say, hey, what are you doing? I say, I don't know. I was scared. And I tried to walk. I could not. My body froze. I could not understand why. For many years, I'm like, oh, maybe I just listened to the story, watched the movie about the World War II. But then as I get deeper and deeper into who I am, I realized that that is the trauma in me. So our kids and generations after, they might not remember the slavery. They might not remember all the torture from the ancestor, but it is in our DNA. Until we heal, we can never pass that to our generation. We will keep passing the trauma to the next and next and next generation. It has already proven in science. So, to follow up, Baiju, how do you see this reflected in social system or service access?
Yeah, I mean, if you're specifically looking at, how racism is affecting in access to services and there are different layers to it. One is the person's color itself, is working as a kind of detriment or kind of for a person to get access to it. Second, as I said, that there's a kind of burden. You have proved perception. You are quite and you are. There is no such burden person. To give an example is, I'm sorry for saying this, but when you speak, if you are a leader in an institution, there is majority of people are white. When you stand up to speak in a big group, everyone looks at you. Do you know why? Is it not because they want to hear what you're saying? They want to check if you're speaking good English. There's a burden of proof for you. It is when a white person stands up and speaks, everyone knows, okay, he or she knows how to speak. There's no question. But when I stand up, everyone accept me. I thought, okay, it's very interesting. No, then I realized, no, there is a burden of proof for me to show that I'm doing it and I'm exceptional. So those kind of very subtle things are very significant, and there is a kind of context of privilege to that. I made a kind of podcast last month, and it was published, and I was talking about the context of time. So Asian people are notorious, so as some communities, for being late. When it's like, if you have a kind of meeting in a community 6 o'clock, when do people show up? At 6:30. But if it is a meeting convened by white people, everyone, or European, American people, it is 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock or 5:59. It is not just the individual fault of a person, it is the privilege of white people. So when you look at the historical aspect of time, when did people start to become punctual? It was after industrialization. So until in a farming community, agrarian community, people go to work when the sun rises, not at 6 o'clock. It is related to time, is related to the concept of time is related to season culture. Whereas in Western countries, it is related to the industrial aspect. So people began to go to work at 8 o'clock from 8 to 5. So there are people who live that punctuality of time for 3 or 4 or 5 generations. But many people in the countries, it is there. So I was saying, like in my family, I'm the first person to have a punctuality in the sense, whereas my father used to go for work when the sun rises, not at 6 o'clock. No, so work time is related to the time weather. Now, what I'm saying is there are very subtle elements of privilege when you compare between the global East and West. The West doesn't understand. And West, the privileged West tries to see everyone at their level, where the rest of the world do not have that privilege. That is also another barrier for access to all the facilities and services and performance.
I love how you say the time. In our Chinese wedding, we say it starts 6 p.m. and then we have to tell people Canadian time. Black community conference, and the conference started at 1 p.m. When I came into the conference, I'm like, there's only 3 people. I'm like, okay. And then the president said, I'm very sorry, but it's a little bit too early. My community, they will show up later. I'm like, it's 1 p.m. What do you mean by later? And then 300 people show up at 5 p.m. for dinner. So I guess like time and different culture mean different thing, right? So now, this is a question to Eric. Why is it important to address anti-Black and anti-Asian racism specifically rather than relying on a broad equity language?
Yeah, I mean, I think about how the use of, and this is a big problem with equity, diversity, inclusion language, is that it flattens experiences, and the responses that come out of that type of work are sometimes one-size-fits-all solutions. And so when you recognize and treat anti-Asian and anti-Black racism as distinct but interrelated issues, you open up space for more specific solutions that can actually get at the root of where those challenges are coming from. So one example that I think about is how, and you've spoken a little bit about this from your own lived experience, how Asian women are stereotypically portrayed as passive, docile subjects that are sometimes hypersexualized, and Black women are also hypersexualized in their own way, where they're, and also like stereotyped as angry Black women who whose voices don't really matter because they're just emotional. And so I think like there are definitely similarities there, where those stereotypes that are used to silence Black and Asian women are the intent is to silence and to overgeneralize and to disrupt the integrity of what they're saying and the skills that they bring to our workplaces and communities. But the way that that silencing happens is very different, and it shows up in different ways. And so if we want to disrupt those things and to empower and protect our Asian women, Black women in our communities, we have to recognize that it shows up differently so that we can target it specifically in our institutions and our processes. So that's just one way that I think about it. The other thing is, like, to approach anti-Asian and anti-Black racism distinctly also means that we need to build in flexibility into our systems and processes to address how anti-Asian and anti-Black racism show up. So if you're going to build a process, I think about the post-secondary context because that's where I work a lot. So if you want to address underrepresentation of Asian and Black people in the post-secondary system, you need to recognize and understand the different barriers that those different communities face, and build a process that's able to address those conditions that are preventing Asian and Black people from entering into the workforce rather than, or into the post-secondary. So if you want to create more opportunities for Black and Asian people to gain access to education, you have to understand and treat those issues as separate and distinct while also acknowledging that they're connected. So you can't build a process that can account for that flexibility and nuance without recognizing that they're separate issues, well, like separate but connected issues. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, we haven't spoke much yet about the youth. How are young people within the Black and Asian communities uniquely impacted by systemic racism today, particularly in education, identity formations, and mental health? I will direct this to Utman.
Oh, it stopped working. What works? I want to answer this from a sociocultural lens. It's kind of my expertise. But young people and the youth, they're experiencing racism not necessarily as discrimination per se. Well, not anymore. Maybe partially, but more as identity confusion. So they're growing up in a world where they're constantly represented, but represented in a way that's not accurate. So, for example, like media narratives, global conflicts is another one, on conversation forums, Facebook, etc. What's happening is all of this discourse is collapsing and creating these sort of identities for these youth that are very stereotypical. And what it does is it creates a split in the mind of the youth. On the one hand, they're told, well, you're one of us, you belong here. But on the other hand, they're repeatedly shown, whether through media or whether through people around them, that they're suspect or they're foreign, or the worst is that they're conditional. And I've seen this in the different, I guess, institutions that I've worked at, including in the educational sphere, where racialized youth are perhaps hyper visible. They're disciplined differently, sometimes more harshly. They're scrutinized more closely, and many times they're invisible, and their needs are overlooked. This is not only within anyone who's considered an other, because I'm disabled, I'm deaf, and the amount of times that I need to go somewhere earlier than I have to give a lecture, for example, at 10 o'clock, and I'm going to be there at 8 o'clock, probably before anyone shows up, because I'm just trying to scout the area. I'm trying to make sure I'm aware of everything. I have to prepare beforehand because the system is not meant for us. It's not created for us. And these are ways of basically different types of harm because we're excluded. What this does is it creates mental health issues, and your mental health gets pretty much fried at this point. Young people, and it's nice that you're asking specifically about young people, about the youth, because as we're getting older, I was talking to my wife yesterday, and I was like, yeah, kind of jaded at this point now. Just experience it for such a long time, right? But mental health is, especially for the young generation and for the youth, they feel that they have to constantly explain themselves, or they have to defend their existence. No one should have to be put in that sort of environment or situation where they need to manage other people's discomfort, and anxiety or depression is just normalized now, right? And what's particularly concerning is how early this starts. And I grew up in Montreal, and I went to French school, and French was my technically first language. Uh, but I was brown skinned, and there's only 2 people in my whole school that were brown. So it starts off from very, very young when we're in grade school, kindergarten, even younger than that. And eventually, what this does is that children learn from a young age which parts of themselves is safe and which part is not safe. And we create this sort of binary idea in our head, this sort of compartmentalization of what we're supposed to and how we're supposed to perform, which I talked about earlier. And we learn this, but we're not learning it like, okay, well, you are a different person, so here are the rules of society for you. No, that's just how we're treated, so it becomes instilled within us, and essentially that's kind of who we become. And once this is internalized, vigilance settles in. Now, anytime we go, we turn on. We're going into society, we turn that on. The only place that youth are safe or that we're safe is in our bedrooms under our covers, or maybe in the bathroom when there's no one there to watch us, right? And this doesn't disappear. Going back to you're talking about the trauma that is coming over generations, we're not helping the cause. We're just continuing it.
Thank you. As we coming to the end of our session, before I ask the last question, where we go to have all the panelists answer within 1 minute. Eric, do you have anything to add in regarding to the questions on the youth?
Yeah, I mean, I was invited to a Black mental health youth-led research study. It's called Aspire. And I met with a bunch of Black youth, and they were talking about how, and this kind of ties in with the intergenerational trauma piece around how their parents, many of them who immigrated here, left very challenging conditions and experienced a lot of oppression and difficult things, how they felt like they weren't listened to by their parents, and how kind of that intergenerational trauma that was passed go to their parents and the community to get more support. But it's also really nuanced because even though there was the transmission of that intergenerational trauma that was affecting their mental health, there was also a lot of strength and tender moments of love. And I don't think we've talked enough about that. We've talked about intergenerational trauma and the harm that is transmitted, but there's also a lot of great moments of resilience and strength. And I even think about my own grandparents who were subjected to the Chinese head tax, and how they immigrated here under incredibly oppressive conditions, and they passed some of that on to my parents, and my parents passed that on to me. And of course, there's lots of pain there, but I think we also need to recognize that even in those moments, there's also lots of strength and resilience. And those two things, we can hold them side by side. And I don't think we should ever lose sight of that, because then I think we risk kind of building this deficit narrative that doesn't recognize all the ways that Black and Asian and other racialized communities intergenerationally have continued to exist and to fight for space and their voices. And I think that's the only thing I would add.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So my last questions to all the panelists. What risks do we face as a society if this form of racism continues to be minimized or ignored? And the second part of that question is, what gives you hope about the future of racial justice in Canada? And what must change to make that future possible? We will start for Shefali.
So I think we've talked a lot about the risk, and we've talked about how it impacts the youth or the intergeneralized trauma, or are embedded with all of these policies and procedures and processes that have a deterrent effect. But to end on a hopeful note, I think there is change happening. I think there's opportunity. I think So I think there are policies that are being relooked at. There is, data that's being collected. There is opportunities for community engagement. So I think as we collectively continue to help spread the word, continue to show up at those tables, continue to have the courage to have those honest conversations, I think that's kind of where there's opportunity that lies. And I think we also need to recognize that there is fatigue, and there are times when we might fall down and we need to support each other to pick up or provide a shoulder, or just be there to listen. So I think that as communities who are going through this, I think there are things that we can do. And then as communities who are addressing these things, there are things we can do, and things that are happening in organizations and communities doing. So there's hope in this as we move this work forward.
So the first part was risks, and the second part is what gives you hope, right? Yeah. I think, the risks are fairly obvious. Like, we're going to continue to silence the voices of the people in our communities who make the communities and the institutions that we live in special. And when we lose access to those diverse stories and experiences, that's just a loss for all of us. And so I think not addressing racism in very specific ways for the different racialized communities that make up our society, that's a massive risk. We're not going to be well positioned to address the challenges and the problems of the future if we don't empower all these different communities to be able to meaningfully continue to grow their lives and share their stories. So I think that the risks are obvious. What gives me hope is that I think there's so many different angles and ways to approach advancing this work. I think there's room to resist from within and to use the existing processes and systems that are here to kind of turn them on themselves and flip them on their head and to try and make change from within. But then I also think about Audre Lorde, who says you can't dismantle the master's house with the master's tools, and how we need to not always rely upon existing processes and systems because they weren't built with racialized communities in mind, and how we need to organize collectively outside of dominant systems of power. And I think that starts in community at the grassroots level. So I think the opportunity for that in an event like this, which I think is really productively building those connections, that gives me hope. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there.
Risks and hope, and this is great because I don't want to. Well, first of all, events like this are really helpful because it's giving a voice where there is no voice or where the voice is minimized. But when racism is minimized, the biggest risk is normalization, right? At this point, harm doesn't stop. Harm is there, it's just quiet, right? And it's harder to name, and it's very easy to dismiss. Well, it doesn't exist. Well, really it does. And over time, people lose trust in institutions. Polarization increases, and it pushes racialized communities into survival mode instead of participation. People are going to start to disengage from schools, from public life, and just not really care too much. Well, actually, they do care, but because they just don't feel protected, right? So a society where large groups are feeling unseen or unsafe, it's not really a stable society. It's brittle. It's going to collapse at some point. But what gives me hope is that more people, especially young people, are naming this harm, talking about it, and they're talking about it not as a personal point of view, but it's coming up as individual attitudes, but also from an institutional point of view. For example, this event over here. So there's a growing refusal to just accept what things are, or just, we're just going to let things be because that's how things are. When there's a lot of hope there, right? What must change is that institutions need to move beyond listening into redesigning, and just having awareness is not enough. Making statements is not enough. Accountability needs to be there, and justice is going to become possible when people in the position of power are held accountable. And when these, especially these people over here who are running these institutions, when they're understanding the effect that is happening on the people they're trying to govern, then it can start to make some sort of change in positive direction.
Sometimes I feel guilty about guilty as a parent because about moving to Canada is because I have talked about my children. I have 3 children, about the color of their skin and how does it affect their life and survival here, which I need not have to talk had I been the place where I was born and raised. So very interestingly, we are all given with a life without our permission, right? So we never had a kind of pre-birth interview. Which place of world do you want to born? Which color of skin you want to? We never had it. It was just given to us. But unfortunately, throughout history, like some people are born with some aspects which is considered as kind of discriminatory, underappreciated kind of stuff. So some of the attributes of the life that is given to me as well as my family and children, many of us here, is underappreciated. And we have to constantly go on fighting with it, and that is something that we did not choose to. Unfortunately, we have to, and that is history had been, entire history had been. So I don't get an answer for that, and that makes me kind of at some moment hopeless, and some moment desperate. But this is a kind of reality which we have to deal with it. I'm hopeful that there are lots of changes are happening. Maybe if you compare the current situation with that of like 100 years back, it is much more hopeful, and that's a very good hope that gives. Like the history actually teaches us something, if not everything, but that helps us to keep moving. It definitely needs lots of personal courage, which always come at a cost. It is very easy to speak about personal courage. For with the different moments.
Please, your communities and your everyone. One thing we learned, knowledge without implementations is entertainment. Although I can be a great entertainer. Tomorrow, join my Qigong at 9 a.m.
Let's put our hands one more time together for them. Thank you. Yes, you may be seated. Yeah. No, you can. Yeah, you can sit on the side of the room. Thank you, panelists. Take some group picture. Is that okay? Yeah. I know you're rushing. You're probably hungry. You're like, listen, man, I just want to eat a little bit. So, quick picture here, and then we'll dive into lunch right away. Okay. Okay, that's good. Awesome. Thanks again. Sharing your experience, your lived experience, isn't an easy thing, but it needs to be done if we're actually going to explore this idea of anti-racism and racism and discrimination, all those kind of key topics. We have to be able to share our lived experience. So very, very gracious and thankful for your wisdom and for sharing your experiences with us. All right. The time right now is 12:04. And typically around this time, your stomach is grumbling, right, sir? Yes, I'm sure you could eat some good food. So I believe lunch is ready in 5 minutes. Okay, but we will still take a pause here, take some time to network, meet a new friend, shake a hand, and then in about 5 minutes, lunch will be served. And then the goal is to be back here at about 1:15, and then we'll continue with the rest of the day. All right? Thank you, and we'll see you back shortly.
typically do. So we are going to do just quick definitions. One thing I find is that often people not misconstrued, but overlay or mix together different definitions of what racism is. And so often we'll be like, oh, somebody's be like, oh, that was racist. And you're like, okay, maybe, you know, so it's important for us to have some clear definitions. So I think it's good just to have to start off our session. So there's what I would say two types of racism in this or in today's session, and there's going to work on talk about three. So we'll start with individual racism. And individual racism, I think, is what we often interact with just from a person-to-person perspective. This is when we talk about racial slurs, biases, stereotypes, microaggressions. They really sit at that individual level. And this is most often when people talk about race and racism, this is the type of racism that they're structured around. And so it's about personal actions. And the idea is that individuals have beliefs, systems, ways of thinking. And if it stays at that individual level, then you can address it at the individual level. However, what is systemic racism? And I think this is the hard one to understand, the harder one to unpack, because it is much more invisible and it is something that we often as a society have accepted as norms. And so when we talk about systemic racism, it's talking about the systems and beliefs that are structured in our society. It's not based on intent. It's not easy to identify. It's not based on slurs or stereotypes. It's the rules, regulation, and legal systems that create specific disadvantages. And so I'll give an example of when we talk about systemic racism. Legislations that decide which areas get new development in a city. So we talk about city development and we look at the city and we say, which areas are going to have development. And then, you know, you look at the property, you look at the way in which this is going to be decided. Often there are societal norms. You think of things like crime, you'll think of things like property tax. But we know that hypothetically, if this is a Black neighborhood, a predominantly Black neighborhood that has a lot of people sitting in it, then the decision to do development might happen in a different place. They'll, you know, people will often cite crime. They'll cite these, again, what we talk about, societal norms, things as a society that we have connected. So when we talk about biases and how it can cause structural norms, if I say peanut butter, often the first thing that comes to mind is jelly, right? So this is like a way that your brain has just been conditioned over time in your life to be like, every time I hear peanut butter, I think of jelly. This is the way in which I have grown up in the society I have grown up, right? So, and if we extrapolate this, we grow up in a society that when we talk about crime, when we talk about socioeconomic issues, when we talk about different factors, we have been conditioned to connect them with different communities in the way in which our society is proposed. So if you take these individual conditionings that we have as a society, and then you look at the ways it affects our legislation, our norms, our practices, that is institutional racism. I'll just keep going. Oh, perfect. So, oh, there we go. Okay. Next, organizational racism. So organizational racism is the way in which these systemic beliefs and views show up in our policies and practices. So this could be the ways when we talk about school. I'll give an example related to school. School attendance is something that has been highly talked about in the academic sphere for a very long time. There has been a time in which attendance and school performance was a societal norm that we had. Students that showed up on time in classes were supposed to be the ones that get good grades, and the ones that were late are the ones that have different disadvantages. This historically and through research we find is not true. We know that students have different socioeconomic needs. You might need to drop off your sister before you go to school. That the idea that attendance is not linked to academic performance is an idea of organizational racism. A societal belief that you had has influenced the way in which your organization runs. And so an organization can produce racist outcomes even if there's no intention behind it. And so when we talk about these ambiguous versions of racism, it's like things like attendance policies. It's like things like who is allowed to get promotions and who doesn't get promotions. It's also like when you have money, who is the vendor you choose? Do you go with the vendor who you often work with, or do you go with a smaller vendor? These ideas and these norms all create different types of individual, structural, and systemic racism. Now, the question is, let's say obviously often you understand that racism is real, and how do you as a leader address issues of racism? I here have a 5-step process on the roles in addressing racial inequity. And so when we talk about racial inequity, what is racial inequity? Racial inequity is any system that creates unfair outcomes for a process. So if you have 100 students that enter an institution and 75 graduate, but out of the 25 students that didn't graduate, if all of them are indigenous, you have a racial inequity. You have a specific racial inequity that has created unfair outcomes. So racial inequity talks about what is the outcome? Who are the people? What are the communities that are not making it to the finish line, are not making it to the finish line at the same time, or are crawling to the finish line? So they've made it there, but they've gone through so many hoops and barriers that it was not an easy process. So when we talk about addressing racial inequities and addressing racism, to address racism means that you want everyone to start at the same time, end at the same time. Racism has made it so that is not possible for certain communities. Racial equity is how you address it. How do we give more pathways to Black students, to Indigenous students, to other racialized students, so that they don't face the same barriers? And so what steps do you take as a leader? The first thing is that leaders need to understand, or what I say leaders need to understand, is that harm can happen. I'll continue until I think the slide is just going to be updated. So the first thing that leaders need to understand, and what my tip is in the 5-step process, is that leaders can understand that harm can happen without bad intent. Often we think that racism is exclusively connected to a person's intention. You are intentionally discriminating against me. You are intentionally doing this because you know the history of racism. As a leader, I think what's important is to understand that policies and systems that have racial inequities into it appear neutral often. And that's the hard part to understand it, that good intentions and bad intentions are not what make policies and procedures. It is the idea that these things are often looked at as neutral. And so you need to not look at the intention of the individuals. You need to look at the outcome of processes. You have a great program, you have 100 newcomer moms that are coming to it. You're looking at the beginning stages. You're looking at the intention of the program. What you need to focus on is what is the outcome of the program. And so leaders are responsible to just not look at what is the intention of systems, but what is the outcome. I think we'll wait until I'll continue. Oh, perfect. Number 2, so the first step is harm happens without bad intention. That is the first step that leaders need to understand. The second thing that leaders need to understand, or leaders can work towards, is leaders must learn how to identify barriers. Racial barriers often appear as patterns. They're not isolated incidences. They happen over and over and over again, and it's all about how they show up and what it looks like. My slides were really nice, I promise. Okay, no worries, take your time. So what does it look like to identify barriers? Racial barriers, as I mentioned, often do not show up in incidents. It looks at who gets disciplined in an institution, who gets mentored in an institution, who gets second chances in an institution, who gets heard as an institution. Leaders need to, it's beneficial to step away again from intention and look at who benefits from processes, who struggles in these processes, and most importantly, who are these processes designed for? When you are a leader in an institution, you have to be able to understand and articulate who is your audience, who did you design this for, and who did you work with in this design process. These are the steps of how you identify if you are having unequal outcomes. And again, we're focusing on the outcomes. Yes, you're creating a program for Indigenous community members. What is the outcome of your program? Are the people that you have designed this for getting what you have identified? Third is leaders must be able to resource the work if they themselves cannot do the work. This is often what I hear when I talk to my counterparts of like, oh my God, this is real, racism is real, all of this is real. I don't have the time to do it. I have constraints. I don't have the ability to do it. And I think it's important to understand that, yes, I can recognize that leaders don't have the time to do things. They also may not have the expertise to do things. I don't think everyone has to be an anti-racism warrior to do anti-racism work. All you as a leader have to do is say, hey, I acknowledge racism is real. I know institutions have unequal outcomes for racial inequities. And if I don't have the ability to do the change, I am going to resource this work, hire somebody who has the expertise, and listen to the recommendations they bring forward. Leadership and learning through osmosis and through doing is as powerful as you yourself doing the work. Somebody has to be an advocate for change. Somebody has to do the change. And so those two things sometimes have to be multiple people. Leaders also, I think it's important. I've worked with many leaders who they themselves, although not well versed in the theoretical language and literature around anti-racism. Oh, yeah, so we're at number 3, resourcing the work. It's important that a lot of this work, and I think happens often on the side of people's desk. If you are a leader who's intentional, you have to provide time to your staff. You have to provide them with the opportunity and authority to move forward with this work. And you need to understand, and you need to prove that doing equity, doing anti-racism work is real work. It is labor intensive and is not something that can be done off the side of their desk. So if, as a leader, if you are very much interested in moving this work forward, you have to be able to resource it. Again, the idea of this session today is moving beyond awareness and into action. And this is a very tangible thing that leaders can do. My 4th step is leaders, as I mentioned, is moving away from anti-racism awareness to anti-racism action. This, I think what we've seen, and I think it's quite common in the era of 2020 and the reemergence of Black Lives Matter, COVID, we saw so many people educating themselves in the notions of race and racism. We did not see, or nor have we seen, a lot of people moving into the action of advocating and moving forward race and racism. So what do leaders need to do? You as a leader need to be able to investigate patterns, redesign harmful systems, and ensure that you are protecting people's safety and autonomy in this process. Listening and learning is not enough. You have to be able to do. How do you do it? You resource the work, you identify barriers, and you move beyond this idea that racism is conditional. It is based on a person's intention. Good people do racist things all the time. We live in a racist society. I think moving beyond that idea that race is connected to personals will not move us forward. And the last portion of what a leader could specifically do is focus on structural solutions, not personal solutions. Often what we find is leaders will hire somebody, we'll name this person Alex, for example. They'll hire Alex. Alex is great. Alex is the best person they've ever worked with. Alex does all of these amazing initiatives. The moment Alex leaves the institution, the work is done. They've connected the work of race and racism and anti-racism progress to a person. They have not connected it to a structure. You have to, the idea and what we mean towards moving towards structural change is that the work Alex is supposed to do, the work that you have resourced, number 3, Alex to do, has to make it so that if Alex wins the lottery tomorrow, the work continues. But we've seen so organizations struggle with connecting the work of race and racism to a specific person. That person leaves his institution, the work is done. So we move into looking at what is structural solution and not connecting them to personnel, and also not connecting it to the goodwill of like intentions and what people think. And when we talk about inclusive leadership, I think it's quite easy to feel included, but nobody really teaches individuals, how do you do the good inclusion? Like, how do you actually become a leader that is receptive to change? Often when you are talking about issues of race and racism, people will bring you problems that are big, that are complex, that are overwhelming. And there is a role that leaders play in making sure that those voices get to the right table, making sure that the change is long-standing, and accepting the discomfort. I, as a director of equity at Northwest College, knows that not everybody likes my work. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? It's not the end of my world. I know that when we're talking about Indigenous student enrollment, there are areas at the college that feel like what they're doing is enough. And they feel like we have done what we needed to do. When we talk about disciplinary action and we want to see the rates of Black students and how many students are getting disciplined, I know that these conversations are uncomfortable. As a good leader, as an inclusive leader, you have to be able to sit in that discomfort and not let that discomfort sway you from the notions of structural racism. Okay, so often I think what we hear in a lot of work, in anti-racism work, indigenization work, and decolonization work, we often talk about like moving towards an anti-oppressive system, anti-oppressive frameworks, using the language of anti-oppression. And I just wanted to take a moment of like, what is, at the top part of that, I should say, is what is an anti-oppressive framework? What is anti-oppression? Often when we talk about issues of race and racism, it's interlinked with this concept of anti-oppression. So anti-oppression, I'll read it from my slide here, is anti-oppression. An anti-oppression framework is a way of designing systems, policies, and decisions so that they do not create harm or inequities in the first place. So anti-oppression is a proactive thing that people can do. It is not a reactive thing that people do. Instead of reacting to people's harm, you have to be able to anticipate the harm and create practices around it. Anti-oppression basically situates it for you have to first believe harm will happen. It's like a core belief. Every system that exists harms somebody, some community in some way. To be anti-oppressive is to specifically hone in on that harm. What is the harm? Who is being harmed? How do we outsource and create sustainable changes to harm? To be anti-oppressive is to exclusively focus in, believe, and understand that systems create harmful impacts, systems create barriers. And so here in this corner, it says, so when you're designing a process, something even similar, I shouldn't say small, but if you're creating a community gathering, if you want to do it under an anti-oppressive framework, the question you ask yourself is, who could this harm, before asking, is this efficient? That's the questions we want to move towards when we talk about an anti-oppressive framework. Anti-oppression frameworks also center power. They don't center behavior. We center who are the people who are making the decisions. Again, take the intent out of the decision, what your goodwill, bad intention, or whatever. What is the center of power? Who are the decision makers at this table? What is the budget? Who controls the budget? Anti-oppression focuses in not only on harm, but it centers around the questions of powers. It also assumes that inequities and harm are inevitable in the society that we live, and the idea is that you are going to preemptive them. It's a brain exercise that gets people to think through, who are we harming? What are the powers that be? How do we address these? So it creates conditions of equity through anticipating harm, if that makes sense. So I was asked to give a little bit of an overview of what is, so right now I think the idea hopefully is that we have a somewhat of a overall a collective understanding of what is racism. Racism, there's individual racism, there's structural, there's systemic racism, and then there's organizational racism. Individuals make up society. So individuals' core beliefs influence our societal structures. Our societal structures create our organizations. They create our healthcare system, our justice system, our educational systems. That is the ebbs and flows. And then what happens at these systems influence individuals. So racism is a circle of individuals, system structures, and organizations. Then we talked a little bit about what is good leadership practice, how do you address these, what is anti-oppression. Now we're going to go through a case study. Everybody should have a document in front of them, and I'll read it out to be able to get on the same page. And we're going to make this more interactive and more community-led and more talking through. So in this scenario, hypothetically, you are a manager who oversees approvals of 1-year secondments. I'm going to explain what a secondment is. So a secondment is if I am I work at a restaurant. And I do the dishes. I clean the dishes. This is what I do, right? This is my job. I love it. It pays my bills. But I always wanted to try a hand at waitressing, right? I've always wanted to try a hand at waitressing, but I don't know if I'm good enough. I've never done it. I don't have the experience to do it. And this dishwashing job pays my bills. The idea of a secondment is that your manager can come to you and they're like, hey, we have a vacant waitress position. I know you've always wanted to try it. How about you try being a waitress for a year, and we will keep your position as a dishwasher. After that year has ended, we can reevaluate if you want to go back to being a dishwasher or if you want to continue forward in your new job as waitressing. Secondments are a way for people to develop professional development skills without losing their actual employment. So your job stays, but you can go and pursue other interests, create other experiences, learn other sets of skills. So I use the idea of a restaurant in this example, but in my case is if I work in equity, but I've always wanted to work in facilities or finance, I can do a 1-year secondment at a position, gain the necessary skills, come back to my role. So in this case study, now that we have a collective understanding of what a secondment is, you are the manager who oversees who gets the approvals. So the requests come to you and you're going to be the person who oversees it. Secondments, as I mentioned, provide professional development skills, networking, and career advancement opportunities. So it's very beneficial. There is in your imaginary institution a formal policy that outlines the process, when to apply, how you can apply, that we do have a policy. The policy on paper is neutral. It just lists out dates, times, locations, who does the approval. You are the manager, and after a while, several employees, different races, different backgrounds, have come to you, and what you've heard informally is that they've raised concerns that approvals are happening uneven. Racialized employees, you've heard, appear to get approved less often than their non-racialized employees. And decisions often feel inconsistent, opaque, and influenced by sort of informal conversations. Even think through the original scenario I posed to you as in the manager of the restaurant. You always wanted to be a dishwasher. You always wanted to be a waitress, but your manager knew that. They came to you. They gave you this opportunity. There's a level of like informal conversation that happened that led to your secondment. So that's what you're hearing, that there's a level of informal relationship building that exists. No one is accusing anybody of racism, that, Black or Indigenous or other racialized people are not getting secondments. But what is true is that the outcomes are unequal. Again, the idea of today was to look at not what is the intention of a program, what is the outcome. And what we see here is that the outcomes are unequal. And so what I would like people to do is think through, you are the leader in this organization. What do you do? If you flip the page to the back, you'll see that there's a couple of questions that require you to think through what you would do in this situation. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm gonna put 5 minutes or so on the clock to get people to think through, talk to your table, and talk about what would you do if you are the manager and you now know that a system you oversee creates unequal outcomes. I'll pause there and then I'll walk around the tables and answer any questions and make it more and we'll walk around. Okay, I'll pause right here and let's spend a little bit of time talking to each other.
Okay, everyone, everyone's attention back to the front. There's no echo. Thank you. Okay, I just want to wrap up today's session, and I think I had a chance to be able, thankfully, to walk different tables, talk to our lovely participants, and we talked about a lot of things. The idea really was today to talk about what is anti-oppression, what is inclusive leadership styles, what are the real life challenges that come up from this. And I just want to give a recap that in today's conversations where I was able to go to the different tables, some of the things that we unearthed was that our own, get rid of the word racism here, right? Let's say the word racism is in there. Our own individual beliefs and systems and experiences around employment, around learning opportunities, including on how we have navigated systems, how we as individuals have come across systems. When we are in position of power in an organization, influence it. Who we are as individuals, the systems we have navigated, make it so that when you become a leader, those things influence it. And so it was a thought experience to walk into being like individual beliefs along with societal systems create organizational norms, create organizational barriers. And so one of the things we saw was that who gets this secondment is not based on intention. It's based on a lot of different factors. What we saw is that you have to be able to identify the barriers. Is it money? Is it budget? Is it the values of an organization? Can we have the money? Do we have the flexibility and the risks to resource this work? As a leader, are you aware of who you're going to get? Do you know what their capabilities are going to be? Can you get them to action? Can you move and get somebody secondment, get them into the role? And is this a structural solution? Do you just have to have a good relationship with your leader? Should this process be transparent? Is it neutral? And one thing we chatted about is who could this harm? Is it efficient? Who gets opportunities? What communities are being represented in our organizations? And lastly, I think one of the big things that we found is that to be an inclusive leader is difficult. There's no right answer. There's no sort of like checkbox thing that you do. The best metaphor I ever got was that an inclusive leader is a really good gardener. If anybody, each plant is different. It requires different sunlight, nutrition, fertilizer. You cannot take one plant here and treat it the same as another plant there. A good and inclusive leader is somebody who's a good gardener, somebody who fosters each employee in the unique ways that they need to be fostered. You talk to people the way they appreciate, the value, and as a leader, you push people the way they think they deserve. The way as a good gardener, you give money to some, pushing others, you protect them from pesticides, you expose them to different environments. A good leader is a gardener. And I think that was the big thing I was hoping for people to take away today is that one system is not neutral, they have unequal outcomes. If you want to be an anti-racist, equitable leader, is to be a gardener, is to look at the systems that you operate in and make sure that you are not taking the status quo, you're not taking the tradition, and you're looking at people as unique individual with specific requirements. And being a gardener is hard. And I think I just want to add that. To be an inclusive leader is to continuously be challenged, to continuously have to learn, to continuously have to unpack. And as I mentioned before, if you sit in that discomfort, you will make more mistakes than changes. Things will work well, some things will work. But the idea is that you are action oriented. You have moved from the awareness of a problem to actioning a problem. And so I want to end today's session. I think we had very fruitful conversations. I want to thank everybody so much. And once again, my name is Nadira Barr. I am the Director of Equity and I come from Northwest College. Thank you so much. Have a good
Nadira Barr, you've literally blown my mind. Was that a good conversation or was that a good conversation? Was that a good conversation or was that a good conversation? I thought it was great. We spent what 20 minutes literally scratching our brain trying to figure out how to actually solve that case study situation, but it's not an easy answer, right? And one of the things that we talked about is that at one moment in time you can do the right thing, but 5 years later, that right thing that you did actually expired. And the right thing that you do right can actually be a bad thing and hurt people. And so we always have to look at our process and procedures to ensure that we're doing the right thing for the right person at this time in our society. So thank you again for that. We appreciate it. So we're going to take about 2 minutes just to kind of get some water or whatever we need to do, bathroom, and then we'll go on to our next session. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. I think our next presenter is ready. And our next session is the leadership bias and power in decision making. This interactive session will explore how bias, privilege, and power influence leadership decision, and will invite participants to engage in practical scenarios and solutions. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Usman Khan, the PhD candidate in social cultural anthropology at the University of Alberta. Please put your hands together for him.
Testing. So, I don't know how to do a session on bias after a great presentation. So it's thought provoking. However, I do want to talk on bias, specifically hidden bias. And I promise I will not be. It's getting late, so I'm going to try to keep you all awake. You're going to hear a voice sitting in the corner here. I'm a little bit old school, especially when it comes to presentations and teaching. I don't like PowerPoints, but that's kind of the direction that we have to get into. I'm not going to do, too much role playing. However, I like to give more practical examples, especially when we're talking about hidden bias and power and decision making. This session isn't about calling anyone biased or bad, but it's about how decisions actually happen under pressure, hierarchy, and uncertainty. Bias is normal. Power is uneven. Together, when you have bias and you have uneven power, then sometimes you can get a really nice circus show. It can become very interesting, often without anyone intending any sort of harm. What this tends to do is lower a person's defensiveness, and eventually we start to see that bias is pretty much connected to a system and not necessarily a character. So we all have, is it just me or the writing? You guys see the writing? No? All right. Then you guys are gonna have to listen. Nice. All right. Don't worry, I'll be clear. But we all have our blind spots. Literal ones. The brain fills in information automatically, and you don't even notice it happening. Not noticing something doesn't mean that it isn't actually shaping how a situation feels or how we respond. So think about a time that you were completely sure you remembered something. You're sure this is exactly how this took place. Maybe who said something in a particular meeting, or whether or not you received an email or someone said, hey, remember I sent you that email, and you know for sure, or how a conversation came to an end. You're not guessing, and you know that you're right. Can you guys think of a scenario like that where someone's talking and you're like, yeah, that's what happened. I know that's what happened. And later on, you saw the email, or someone showed you the message, or another person reminded you that, well, your memory was kind of wrong. Not as an excuse, because sometimes we forget to send a text message, and then someone's like, yo, did you get my message? And we're like, yeah, I did. I replied. And you're like, no, I didn't. And I forgot to click send. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actually when you really thought you did something, you're not guessing. You know that you're right. In your mind at that time, you're actually right. I did send that email. And later on, someone comes and says, well, I didn't get the email, or it didn't happen. So what's important over here, when you look at the situation, is that at that time, it feels certain. You know that's what happened. It was obvious, even though the reality was that it was false. Does that make sense? So what you know, we have this conversation about what is actually true, what isn't true. Are we talking about, I study cultures, are we talking about truth being subjective or biased, what you think, because you thought that that's what happened, only to realize, no, that's actually not what happened. So where was the truth? Temporarily in one particular instance, but that wasn't true from another point of view. So this leads us to mental shortcuts. What is a mental shortcut? A mental shortcut is how we navigate in the world that we're living in. And it operates beneath our conscience. We don't know about this, but these mental shortcuts show up. They're automatic, they're fast, they're unconscious, and they're not intentional. Basically, regardless what our values are, regardless what our beliefs are, these mental shortcuts appear. And some scholars refer to this as mind bugs. You can look it up. The concept of a mind bug. I'll give you an example. You are hiring someone, or maybe you're the person who's going to go in to be interviewed for a job. So now kind of just if you've experienced this, you were in a position of hiring someone, or you are the one who is going to be interviewed. Anyone here? You've probably all been in that particular position here. Now, generally, as a person who's hiring, you may have a first impression when you see that person. And I'll give you guys other examples. Or sometimes you see someone walking in, and just by the way they talk, you get this gut feeling. I have this gut feeling that they're like this. We have this sort of conversation in regular life. Yo, I saw this person. I just have this gut feeling about them. Now, is gut feeling the truth? Yes, no? Is it false? We don't know. But you see, many times this unconscious bias is what prompts you to have a decision or make a decision about someone. Whether it was, what was their first impression? Maybe they came in wearing a suit and a tie, and someone else, and they were more qualified than someone who was wearing. But then many times the first impression create this sort of assumption, that feeling about someone, or feeling that one option just makes sense. Have 5 or 6 people, you're like, it makes sense to hire this person. These are known as mental shortcuts. They're habits of thought that feel right. You got to remember, there's always a bias feeling, right? Even when they're wrong. And we're not talking about what's right or wrong here. There's no scenario which is right or wrong. At the end, we're just talking about the idea that something feels and what you're feeling on the inside and how that gets portrayed into the world. So knowing at this point isn't actually fixing. One of the hardest things to accept is that information doesn't automatically change your perception. And it's important to remember this. You can actually know something intellectually and still respond the exact same way. And I'll give you a few examples here. You did diversity training, or you did some training on some issue. Now, this happens in a lot of organizational settings. Most of us have sort of biased or inclusive training, right? We probably had to. We know what we're supposed to value. We know exactly what we're supposed to do, how we're supposed to think. But now you're in a meeting, and this is where our primal nature comes in, and this is what I'm talking about. What's happening on the side? You're in a meeting. You have all of the rules that you learned, and you're under time pressure. You have 10 minutes to make a decision, and someone speaks in a way that feels less polished, less confident, and without thinking, and automatically their idea carries less weight. Now, what happened is nothing about your values changed, the situation actually changed. So what tends to happen is many times when we're put under pressure, our unconscious bias tends to come out. And at that point, we'll make decisions in a particular way. I'll give you another example. You have a bunch of resumes, you're hiring, and you pick up a resume. Many people, a real life example, you pick up a resume, and on top of that resume, you have one resume that says, I can't think of it. I was going to say John Smith. That's just too generic. But like, you have a resume that's John Smith. It's just on paper. You have another one by Muhammad Abdullah as another one. Now, in general, because we're all aware, many people know that names can actually trigger bias on resumes. There's a funny TikTok that was going around of a pilot making an announcement. He said, hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Abdullah. That, and everyone in the back, what's going to happen? It's this bias based on a name. Even though, and we've done the research, we've seen videos, and yet scanning quickly, you might not even read the whole resume, but scanning quickly, some names still feel more familiar, might sound more professional, or might just sound trustworthy, but all of it is based on an unconscious factor that we have in our brain, which is on probability. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not good, but our unconscious bias runs right in. Even if the qualifications are identical, or even if the qualifications are on side, right, on paper. Knowing the bias doesn't actually stop the feeling in this case. So it doesn't matter how many seminars, workshops we've. I'll give you another example here. We all know media stereotypes are exaggerated, and many times they're unfair. But after years of exposure, certain images create a particular gut feeling. And marketing people know this really, really well. They'll put certain colors or certain things within their marketing because they know that it's going to create a gut feeling. It's going to create fear. It might create comfort. It might create suspicion. Before you even have time to think about it or analyze it, the thought is already in your head. Over here, information is there. You can talk about all the good stuff, but it's not erasing the emotional imprint that's already there, the unconscious bias that's in your head. Explicitly, this shows you that even before you can name something, there's something that's happening before that. We were talking about affect. Right? It's earlier than that. It's what recognition is. So why does it work this way? Well, you see, back in the day, a long time ago, we didn't live in houses. And we were chasing away, we're running away from animals. We're chasing us, the bear was coming to run. Many times, our primal nature, we needed to think quickly. And these shortcuts that I was talking about evolved because speed was part of who we were. It once mattered more than accuracy. You didn't have time to be accurate. You didn't have a house to go and make a thought. You were outside, you were searching, you were hunting, or whatever it was, and something came up, a danger came, and you needed to get into your fight or flight mode. Under pressure, that's what happens to your brain. You start to prioritize efficiency. You go back to who you were, your primal nature. And this works in emergencies, but it creates problems when it comes to leadership. In real life, it works. It's great. But now when you're in charge and when you're a leader and you need to take care of society, government, people that are working under you, then at this point, this doesn't work at all. It will not work at all. I'll give you an example. You have 10 minutes left in a meeting and you need to make a decision. Now at this point, instead of weighing all options, the default to the more familiar option becomes your default mindset. It's like, well, it's the easiest thing to do is this. Let's just do this because we're more but we're most comfortable. Weighing pros and cons, again, because it wasn't that much time, and it's probably the one you used before. It's not because it's the best option, but because it's the fastest option. You're put under pressure, you needed to make a decision. It works, right? It continues the system. It keeps everything going. But why is there any change happening? Well, because we're living in a time where everything needs to be quick. So decisions need to be super quick as well. At some point, you need to maybe sit down and what you would spend 10 minutes deciding on, spend a good 2 hours. Weigh the different pros and cons, look at different options over there. The reason why we need to start doing that, it shows that you're being wise about decisions, and you're keeping in mind your unconscious bias. And this is an example of an unconscious bias that comes up even though we never predicted it. It shows when you're under pressure, but if you're going to be running society, it's like parents, mother and a father to make a decision about the household. Sometimes you need to make decisions, but not everything is an emergency. And at some point, you probably need to slow down. Another example is crisis response. During conflict or crisis, leaders are often going to rely on their instinct rather than reflection. Well, again, because you're in a crisis, again, fight or flight type of scenario over here. Now you're going to choose an option that feels more stabilizing if it's ignoring the long-term consequences. Well, this is just what's going to make everyone happy. It's kind of what we did in the past. And what about the problems that are going to come later on? Well, we'll deal with it when it comes. And we probably all heard of that as well. Again, this is called survivor logic. And survivor logic is good. But when you're dealing with leadership, not good at all. It's not good. Another example of getting into primal mode is like information overload. So when leaders have so many emails to answer, right? Or have so many meetings, have so many deadlines, and then what you do is you need to simplify. So now what happens is simplifying, because you overwhelmed yourself with so much, now you need to make quick decisions, and the quickest decisions you can make is based on your unconscious bias, because that's what you know best. That doesn't require too much thinking. I learned this tip when I was first, even in my own work. Sometimes, when I wake up in the morning, I spend a good 90 minutes focusing on. I look at my to-do list, the things I need to do, and I focus on the 3 biggest, most brain-damaging things that I need to do, and I focus on those right in the morning because my mind is fresh. Many times we tend to delay it later on in the day when our mind is already preoccupied. And if we're going to delay it when our mind is preoccupied, we're going to make the wrong decision. You have to make your mind fresh and then take your time. Otherwise, quick decisions, complex situations that get reduced to quick decisions just to keep things moving. Your quick decisions are going to be based on the unconscious bias that you have. So how does bias operate? Well, bias operates without awareness. A lot of bias operates without awareness. It just shows up in your memory. It shows up in what stands out and in how confident we are about we feel or about our judgments. For example, if someone says, I clearly remember that we agreed on this. Now, they're not lying, like I talked about in the first example. They genuinely feel sure that this is what we agreed on. The confidence itself prevents them from questioning their memory. Does that make sense? You're already so confident, you're not going to go ahead and question your memory. Why does this work? Because confidence is going to block self-correction. If you already think you're right, if you already think this is the correct way, there's nowhere else to go. There's no room to improve. Another example is when you're having a tense interaction with someone, or you're having interaction with someone, and this interaction is very interesting because it's sticking to you in your head. Later, that tense interaction stuck in your brain, whatever the interaction was, and then that emotional moment starts to describe how you feel about that person without even realizing. Why does this work? Well, you're dealing with the recall in your brain. That's how it was. Oh, that person's like that. Oh, that person's always like that. And we're talking from a micro level, person to person. We can, and eventually when we deal with like systemic racism or more macro level things, you can apply that on culture, on a whole nation. Another example, we'll talk about this. Another example is sometimes a judgment that might feel obvious, but just because something feels right, just because it feels right, and it doesn't feel like bias, and it feels like clarity, actually mean that your unconscious bias didn't creep inside. So bias is an experience, not necessarily an opinion. And this is why you have something that's an unconscious bias, it can feel like common sense. Bias doesn't feel like bias. No one says, well, this is my bias. I mean, if you can, that's great. That's awesome. That's a lot of cognitive behavior therapy. Good for you. But no one's going to come out and say, well, you know what, this is my bias. What you're saying, do an evaluation of what we say. Maybe write down a person's thoughts. As a photographer, when I go into the field of research, I write down my thoughts. I grab my phone and I start saying it to myself. And then I say I'm annoying every single thing I'm thinking and all of that. Sometimes you have to go back and look at your bias was, what your bias is, because these things don't really work in academia. But bias doesn't feel like a bias. It feels like common sense. Well, that's how it's supposed to be. The more confident a judgment feels, the less likely we're going to question it. For example, someone said, well, we 5 resumes, kind of obvious who the better candidate is, right? And everyone nods. Well, that's an unconscious bias right there. It's either that or people don't really care about it, whatever. Who cares who cares who comes in? So imagine if you have organization and the power on top who are not caring for bringing them in and relying on one hiring manager and that person's bias. So we can see that it can be compromised right from the public. So someone says, well, it's obvious who the better candidate. There's no hostility. No one raises. Don't they do that in meetings, right? Anyone? Oh, let me say again. That might be a long time ago. Any objections? Objections? If someone had an objection, anyway, they're like, yeah, whatever. Who cares? Right? A few people nod. Conversation goes on. What changed wasn't the evidence. It was the shape feeling of certainty. Once something feels obvious, questioning it is unnecessary. It's just going to cause discussion. Or, for example, lunch is being served, and it's like, well, anyone have any questions? Or one person raises their hand, and everyone stares at them like, yo, come on, we got to go home. So sometimes it can feel disruptive. So we tend to just rely on the unconscious bias of the person who's in charge, or the person who we put in charge. Another example, imagine you're in a meeting and a person raises a concern and says, well, I'm not sure, I see it more different. So someone else replies, I think you're overthinking this. I think you're overthinking. The issue isn't debated anymore. What ends the discussion isn't a better argument, but it's the sense that the answer is already clear. So at this point, dissent or disagreeing can be shut down as irrational, even though it's completely rational because of an unconscious bias. A third example, common sense. It's happened to me so many times. But if you're in a meeting and a senior person says, well, this is common sense, it's how it's supposed to be. You have to look at the bias, right? After that, a few people speak, not because they suddenly agree, but because disagreeing feels like you're low. So imagine you're sitting in a group of one. According to sense, or this, it's common sense that this is how things are supposed to be. Now, if you comment on that, or if you say no, I disagree, all of a sudden you end up looking like the odd one out, black sheep. So a person's confidence, which is their own subjective bias, becomes the authority. So now you have hired, locked in, based on an unconscious bias. So this unconscious bias, we judge people the same way that we judge situations. We fill in gaps, and these gaps come from what's in our brain, what we've experienced in our life. Group membership, familiarity, and stereotype, they're all generally we respond to the feeling of a person before the facts. And professionalism is a good example over here. One person's style feels familiar, their tone, accent, their rhythm match what the group is used to doing. While another person, they communicate a little bit more different. Later, people describe the first person as more professional. The second person, they weren't that clear, they're less clear, even though both of them make equally strong points. So now what's being judged over here, not competence, but what you're familiar with. It's what you're familiar with. Instead of taking the time to understand the person who may not be able to speak properly. This happens with a lot of people with disabilities, or people who have a or people who might look different. Sometimes people will judge them because they don't fit that familiar level of competence that we assumed we kind of grew up with. It demonstrates bias without actually naming the race at this point. Another example of a leadership actually present. In many organizations, we talk about this idea of leadership presence, right? It feels like leadership is someone who looks and sounds and behaves like previous leaders. And at that point, our unconscious is going to fill it. If someone's different qualities or someone who acts different than previous leaders comes up with better ideas, their leadership may still feel less obvious. Because our brains to fill in the gaps using past patterns. Another name for this is stereotypes, right? Stereotypes can lead to who we are assuming is going to be a leader. A lot of within different institutions, religion, music, different, whatever institutions you have, you can see a lot of stereotypes which eventually become the leader. First impression is another one. Sometimes we meet someone and we're instantly able to communicate with them. We feel comfortable. Or easy. Let's go back to dating. We were dating and we met with someone else. I don't know, it didn't go so well. Or you connected right away. We don't even know why, but there's something there. Later, we explain that feeling. If it's business, well, they seem more reliable, or felt off. I didn't really connect with them. Now, what happens is, at this point, the feeling came first, didn't it? And then the facts came later. So now, our feeling is the unconscious bias. Why is this working? Because it directly supports what's happening in our mind, and it's consolidating, working with what our bias is saying. Where this connects with power, well, this becomes a problem. So, for example, the final say. 3 people share an opinion in a meeting. Every one of us has an opinion. One person has the final say, maybe the decision maker or whatever. The decision follow their comfort, not because others don't matter, but because they have the authority. Now, no one's saying it's wrong. I'm not saying what's right or what's wrong. I'm just highlighting what unconscious bias is, right? Even if 10 people give their opinions, those opinions are going to get translated to the mind of the decision maker with a filter, and that filter is their unconscious bias. So the decision follows their comfort level. Well, not because others don't matter, but because we put them in that position. Bias exists everywhere, but power decides which bias becomes a reality. Everything is biased. I mean, me sitting here, the way we're all seated in our chair. This is a long discussion. Very interesting. If you get down deep into it, I'm sure name Irving Goff should have probably written. He talks about perplexity, but probably wrote something on like bias, and it would be great. Discomfort. Here's another thing. One person. Being late. One person might feel uneasy about a particular candidate or an idea. Others don't. In like political opinion. Like, seriously, how many people? We might be older. We're going to read about the different candidates and their political stance and opinions, right? And most people don't. It's not the biggest. Everyone to go and vote. I mean, like most people aren't really voting, but they're just going to rely on. Okay, good. Okay, cool. You're just relying. You're basically creating a government, institution. You're voting based on some bias. You'll be like, oh, I feel a little uneasy about this candidate or this. Others don't. If the uneasy person has power, do you think that person who they're uneasy about is going to get the job or get any position? No. The concern becomes a reason to stop. If they don't, it gets ignored. So not all fields are treated equally. Normalizing is another example. The leader says, well, I mean, and this happens within the court system a lot, or within the court system, or even within a lot of these institutions that work together. Many times these institutes want to push the situation away from them so that someone else can deal with it. I wrote a paper, like I said, on child and family services. So there was a family that was in family court, and the daughter, CFS was saying the daughter should probably have been removed from the household, whatever reason. And because that it was in family court, CFS said, well, we don't want to get the court involved because there'll be one judge here and another judge. Too many people making decisions on the family. It was great, right? Have one person, but they decided to push it on the court system. The court system, while they were having family court, the court system said, well, if CFS is involved, let them deal with it because they're dealing with families. So it just was going back and forth. And a year and a half later, the daughter was still in a situation where she shouldn't have been there, pushing it aside and pushing it away. The reason I bring this example is because many times people don't want to make that hard decision. And the whole idea comes down to, well, this is the state of choice. No one's going to challenge it. And it impacts people. The feeling becomes the standard. It gets repeated in future decisions. And what this to show is power turns preference into policy. Why? The more this goes back and forth, eventually it's written down in books of law, or it might get written down in academic. Eventually it codifies or crystallizes into how the system should be. When at the end of the day, other decisions could have been made. Normalizing a preference. Just because something feels like the safer choice, was it because you're running away from making the decision? Or was it because you didn't want to? Or was it what exactly was it that stopped you from, and no one that stopped you from making that decision when you challenged it? And that feeling, if it becomes standard, then another unconscious bias. I just had an idea. Maybe I should, do some research on like the court system, write another paper on it. Finally, if we actually watching, okay, so let me give you a little story to kind of go a little bit off over here. The reason the writing is so bad over here, because I made it on a MacBook, and then the PowerPoint, they uploaded the PowerPoint, and now it's just weird. So, topic. Now let's get back to topic. Promise this is the last one. So, bias, up to now we've been looking at how bias operates automatically, especially when power is involved. The goal of anti-racism is to eliminate bias entirely, because we can't. It's a part of who we are, especially when power is involved. The goal of anti-racism isn't to eliminate bias entirely. The goal should be to redesign decisions so bias has less room to operate. Redesign it so that we're not giving bias too much room to actually come and infiltrate and make a decision. Let's look at a few examples. Before candidates are going to hire someone, we can agree to a few criteria in advance and write them down. So even if you have no time, sometimes checklists will work as well, because our unconscious bias can disappear. So writing them down. We're not going to look at accent. We're not going to look at communication style. We're not going to look at cultural. We're not going to influence the safer choice. There's a Netflix show. Have you guys heard of it? Unconscious bias. I don't know why that popped in my head. We can pass that now. But over here, we're not going to look at it that way. You can make these rules so that when you need to make a decision, you just have this little time to make those rules, so that these things that are obvious, that people stereotype, removed it right from the beginning. And any decision we're making now, we should just look at what's written, or there's no nuance there, but ideas. And you guys may have more. You know what? After I'm done, I'll ask you guys for some ideas as well. Racialized candidates are often judged on stuff rather than substance. They may not dress them. They may not dress the way you want them to dress. They may not talk the way you want them to talk. But what happens if this little checklist or this criterion interrupts bias before race judgments enter into the discussion? Another example, like meetings and decisions, right? We could rotate, facilitates meeting so that the same voices, often those people have already seen as authoritative, aren't the ones making decisions. This is hard to do because the president and secretary or whatever it is, in charge are always one. Maybe a system that rotates them, right? Today, you're at a meeting, make a decision. Even though I'll still be the president, but you make a decision tomorrow. You're still training people at the same time. And you're possibly removing bias. You're removing the same voice. Already seen as authoritative. Not all sticking to a particular agenda or deciding what's relevant or when a discussion is supposed to end. Why this would work? Because racialized voices are likely to be interrupted or sidelined compared to someone who is not that way. So rotating facilitation can change whose comfort is actually shaping the. It's a good way to like shock the system at this point, right? Well, that person, and you can great analysis. You know, when someone who's not white, for example, becomes the mayor or of a particular state or province, and the announcement is made on social media, go and read the comments. You'll see the unconscious bias over there. Final example: evaluations and memory. Perception over here. Instead of relying on memory evaluation, we can keep brief notes. Like nowadays, we write down the shared notes on contributions as they happen, so that staff are remembered differently than anyone else. So, because normally, if someone who's of a different race mistake, remembered on goodwill or relying on a person's bias. We could do workshops on this and talk about it. But here are just tips talk about this. We can recognize it and see how things before we speak, the way we write, the way we see. And there's nothing wrong with it, as I said, but when it's instilled in the position of power and when justice is based on this, then eventually it's a little bit hard to come by at this point. And that's it for me. Is there any questions? No. I was very thorough and I appreciate that for myself. There's a coffee there and there's some drinks there. And if there's anything, no, we're all tired. All right, cool. So I'll stop over here. Thank you very much for having me. And I appreciate the organization for creating a platform and a forum where we can talk about things that not many people talk about. So thank you so much.
Practically over. I'm hoping that you had a great time and that you enjoyed yourself and that you took a lot away. The thing that we have to is this: these conversations require courage. They ask us to listen beyond our comfort, to examine systems we benefit from or be impacted by, and to reflect honestly on the role we play as leaders, colleagues, and community members. Today was about awareness and understanding. We named realities, we heard lived experiences, and we began to unpack how systemic racism operates across institutions. That awareness is not meant to stay here, it's meant to move with us. As you take part in this and reflect on it, I invite you to consider on one question. What stood out to you today, and what responsibility does each one of us have to take? Change does not begin with policies alone, it begins with people who are willing to lead differently. Tomorrow we shift from to action. We will focus on tools, accountability, and practical steps to dismantle harmful systems and build inclusive ones that create belonging, safety, and opportunity for all of us. I want to say thank you for your openness, your honesty, and your commitment to this work. Rest well, reflect deeply, and we will see you tomorrow as we continue to explore this work. Thank you very much, and like I said, we'll see you tomorrow.